always have to wait for the hi sign. I think I just got it. Good morning, everybody. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Katie Culver, and I'm director of the Center for Journalism Ethics and the James E. Burgess Chair in Journalism Ethics here at UW-Madison. I am delighted to welcome you all today to our 2025 conference, Journalism Ethics in a Fracturing World. We've put on a lot of terrific conferences in my time with CJE. I'm not sure we've ever had a more apt title or a more urgent set of content than we have today. So I'm really looking forward to all of the conversation that we're going to have, and very grateful to everyone who has given us their time to be here today. I would like to start out with some thank yous. So first of all, thank you to our sponsors, the EVU Foundation and Craig Newmark Philanthropies, PodCamp Media over here, the Wisconsin Broadcasters Association, and the Wisconsin Newspaper Association. Together, they help us put on this programming and keep it free for everyone. And that is so important as part of our educational mission within the center. Very, very critical for us. So thank you to them. Please join me in a little round of applause. I'd also like to thank my colleagues in leadership in the School of Journalism and Mass Communication and the College of Letters and Science here at UW-Madison. I'm not shy about calling the Center for Journalism Ethics like the really big gem in the gold crown of the SJMC and Letters and Science. And I like to call both of those really the outstanding pieces of UW-Madison. And it's really nice to have the support that we have from the faculty and staff in the school, as well as the dean and all of his leadership team in the college. It really makes a difference for the work that we do. I'd love to ask our board members for the center to please just quickly stand up. I know you're shy. And give them a rollicking round of applause. These dedicated individuals share their expertise, their time, their talent, and they will always pick up the phone when I text or ring, which makes a huge difference for me. Their insights matter. Because we need to know what's going on, what's the latest in data journalism, what's happening in nonprofit news. It's not something that I can always stay abreast of, and the board keeps us on trend, but it also keeps us honest because a board full of journalists asks you some pretty challenging questions sometimes. I'd also like to thank our student fellows in the back of the room and around the room who are here. We've got a wonderful crop this year, hard at work on stories that they're doing for our website, and they'll also be helping out here throughout the day. And thanks as well to Marit Barkby from the UW Foundation and Kaisa Dalrymple, who is on the staff at the center and is also a teaching faculty member this year in the School of Journalism. She has helped to found a Storytelling Institute, which is a new two-year-old effort for us that's been really, really rewarding. Two of the most important thanks that I need to offer. She's going to be mad at me for doing it, but I'm going to say none of this happens without Krista Eastman, so please. I'll pay for that later. But Krista is just the consummate professional and also one of the funniest people I've ever known in my life. When stuff is dark and when stuff is stressful, she can drop in with just this bit of dry humor that reminds you that we're going to be okay because we care about each other and we're going to do the best that we can in the situation that we are in. And then finally, I'd like to thank Jim Burgess, who made all of this possible. We lost Jim a few years ago. He established the James E. Burgess Chair in Journalism Ethics, which gave birth to the Center for Journalism Ethics and has made today possible. Jim's family, represented today by Peter Burgess, I saw somewhere. Okay, thank you, Phil, right there. Jim's son, Peter, is here today. Peter, his mom, Kathy, all of his siblings continue to stay involved in the center. Peter serves on the board, and they continue to support our work in so many, many ways, including supporting the Anthony Shadid Award for Journalism Ethics, which is one of our most important efforts. So thank you so much to the Burgess family. Okay. You've had enough of me, right? So I am delighted to introduce you to one of the most wonderful people that I had the chance to encounter in my time working as visiting faculty with the Poynter Institute. So Keith Woods is chairman of the board of Suncoast Searchlight, a nonprofit investigative journalism startup based in Sarasota, Florida, and soon to be moving, I think, to Alpharetta, Georgia. Keith is in the midst of a huge move, but still gave us his time here today. He most recently retired as Chief Diversity Officer of NPR, where for the last 15 years, he led efforts to enhance diversity in the organization's audience, content, and staffing, while serving as a resource for NPR leadership, staff, and public radio leaders for more than 260 member stations nationwide. Before that, as I mentioned, Keith was at the Poynter Institute, and that's where I first encountered him. He was just heading out as I was heading in, but I can tell you, for every year I was there after, his spirit and his name and his voice was alive in that organization because he makes a mark through the vision that he has and the integrity that he leads with. So it was an honor to invite him, and I was so glad he said yes to lead us off today with acknowledging the realities that we're in, but offering us some challenge and hope for where we can go.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Katie, and it's wonderful that you single out Krista, because I wanted to thank her for all the work that she did to get me here, and I'd written into my remarks because it had gone so well that I wanted to thank her for getting me here so smoothly. She and Rowan. But then, airlines happened yesterday, and my 4 a.m. Trip to my airport in Tampa delivered me here at 5 p.m. But thank you for the effort, Krista. There are all sorts of challenges with today's topic, but I think none are bigger than just keeping up with the day-to-day news about the news. And I said this to Jill Geisler this morning, and she said, "Oh, well, you mean like because of what happened last night?" And I said, what happened last night? I slept. And she told me that James Comey had been indicted, and it was like, that's our challenge, just keeping up. And when it really gets my pulse rolling, I have to remind myself that, yeah, I'm retired. So a year ago today, my wife and I watched from a smelly, pet-friendly hotel in Central Florida as Hurricane Helene churned to the west of Tampa, pushing the waters of the Gulf of Mexico into Tampa Bay, which swelled the belly of Hillsborough Bay, which forced its way into the Davis Islands canals, which overtopped the seawalls and poured into our home, ending in one destructive night, our 26 years at that address. So September 26th instantly became one of those solemn benchmarks that bracket chunks of our lives and bring us inexorably to these anniversaries of remembrance and reflection. It has been a trying, costly, post-disaster year of loss, displacement, and relentless change that at times has shaken our family to its roots. And because Helene is now a lens through which I view all things, you might forgive me for finding in today's topic, in defense of journalism, an ironic, if imperfect, metaphor. I'm aware that the framing does not make for optimism or inspiration, which ought to be the point of a full-throated defense of our profession, but I promise you, I'll get there. It's just that I can't honestly start there. In fact, to be completely candid, I had to find my way through a crisis of faith, more accurately, a crisis of proportion, just to get to the blank page that preceded these words. So here's a parallel to Helene. In the days and months since the storm, I have wondered these two things. How do I complain about ruined furniture, books, pictures, memorabilia, even the loss of the home where we raised our children, when more than 250 people died in Helene and a mountainside slid down on the heart of Western North Carolina? And how do I complain about the troubles of one profession when the country itself seems to be sliding unchecked into autocracy? In both cases, it feels like there's always something more important to talk about, a bigger threat, a greater loss, even a cause more deserving. If you hang with me, I'll work through the ethical dissonance and get around to the task at hand. Because even as I struggle with these relative challenges, what is undeniable is that while journalism is precious in its own right and deserves the time and attention we're giving it today, it is also a critical breaker that stands between democracy and the forces that would destroy it. Our profession meets this moment in a weakened state. The American Journalism Project reports that no fewer than 3,300 newspapers have vanished since we entered the 2000s, leaving some 1,800 news deserts across the country. Layoffs on every media platform have claimed more than 10,000 jobs in the past 5 years alone. You know that things are bad when the Neiman Reports magazine publishes a step-by-step guide to help journalists brace for layoffs, including advising them to back up their portfolios of work in the cloud in case their employer and their archives suddenly cease to exist. Meanwhile, journalists chase dwindling audiences beset with fatigue from relentless waves of soul-crushing news, also known in this industry as any day of the week. Americans face a paralyzing array of choices and infinite distractions: streaming, broadcasting, on-demand, digital, and downloadable content that's feeding an insatiable appetite for everything and nothing in particular. Most Americans, according to the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism, access the news through social media today, where the competition for their attention might be a viral TikTok trend of people peeing in public. Let me help shake that image from your brain by taking you back to this date last year. People who compare disasters like to say that it's better to deal with hurricanes than tornadoes or earthquakes or wildfires because hurricanes take days, even weeks to arrive, while the others can happen in an instant. You can track the storm, they say, and you have time to prepare. But not really. In reality, you wait and wait and wait, hoping you won't have to upend your life, rearrange things, prepare for something that might not happen. You get complacent, even where I live on the hurricane superhighway. Denise and I had worried about flooding in 2024 when Hurricane Idalia passed to our west, and we moved furniture up to higher places and packed up photo albums and precious books and important papers and her paintings and endured evacuation traffic to sit with friends in Georgia and wait for the worst, which did not happen again. The canal behind our house rose higher than we'd seen it in 25 years, but it didn't get into the house, same as last time, which is my way of explaining why, as Helene moved up the Gulf of Mexico on this day last year, we just rolled up a couple of rugs, put some towels around the doors, and drove to a hotel 25 minutes away to wait for the all clear. I find that when a hurricane is coming your way, your news consumption shrinks to the most trusted sources and the most basic information. What is the latest storm track? Where can I get sandbags? You tune to local news, check digital sites to see who has gas or water or plywood. You listen to your NPR station. You take guidance and comfort from familiar voices and trustworthy newsrooms, people and places you otherwise take for granted because they'll always be there, and they'll always be there. Here would be a good time to mention that in 4 days, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, with no budget, no staff, and no congressional appropriation to disperse to the nation's public radio and television stations, will close its doors. Some stations will go dark. That's a jolting sentence to write, even in this year of jolting sentences. But maybe we could have seen that storm coming. When a sitting president declares that journalists are the enemy of the people, and that was a lifetime of jolting sentences ago, the shutdown of CPB becomes to public radio journalism as a hurricane's landfall is to the Gulf Coast. Inevitable, lamentable, devastating. As we stand here today in defense of journalism, we need to take the full measure of the forces we are defending against. Go back in time from this day and watch the fierce swirl of government overreach, censorship, and retaliation take form. See how malevolent winds blew away the veneer of editorial integrity in some news organizations and contorted the flaccid backbones of networks and corporations such that they are in a permanent pose of subservience. It has been a long year. Just last week, as you surely know, the Department of Defense announced it would require that journalists wishing to get Pentagon press credentials pledge that they will not report any information unless it is explicitly authorized by the Department of Defense. Report a leak, cite an anonymous source, or publish something like, say, the Pentagon Papers, and there goes your access. Just a month ago, the administration laid off nearly half of the employees at the parent agency of Voice of America, whose newly appointed leader complained that VOA's journalists were being unfair to the president. A network that once broadcast in nearly 50 languages is now down to 4. Go back one more month to July, when the political majority in Congress voted to claw back more than $1 billion in federal support for public radio and public television. That money had already been approved by Congress through a funding structure meant to prevent precisely the kind of partisan action that now threatens the existence of some local newsrooms. That vote made good on the threat issued in last spring's lopsided congressional hearing, at the end of which the committee's chair said that public media leaders could now, quote, hate us on their own dime, end quote. I wish that was the end of this litany, but there's more. In April, a federal judge reversed a decision by the president who had kicked the Associated Press out of the White House because the wire service wouldn't cede editorial independence and called the Gulf of Mexico by the new name the president insists we use. And in a related move, the administration took over the process of deciding who could be in the press pool rotation, surprising no one by adding friendlier organizations, podcasters, and bloggers. We're back to February now, when the Atlantic's editor-in-chief, Jeffrey Goldberg, was inexplicably added to a group on the messenger app Signal, a chat in which the leaders of the Department of Defense laid out their plans to launch airstrikes against Houthi sites in Yemen. There were denials that this security breach was, in fact, a security breach. Then the evidence surfaced and there were mea culpas, followed by insults. Sleazebag. That's what the president called Goldberg. That's the strategic, credibility-wrecking drumbeat playing in the background through all of this. You've heard it. Denigrate, discredit, defund. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. It hurts to hear it, this relentless dissing of our profession. But when you're neck deep in a crisis of proportion, it feels like sticks and stones when there are bigger things happening, things that redefine democracy, things that demand the spotlight, matters captured in other single-word descriptors. Doge, deregulate, DEI. Da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. As Hurricane Helene passed us last September, our home took in nearly 3 feet of water, a septic soup of saltwater sewage and the besotted possessions soon to be heaped onto the curb outside. When we were allowed back into the neighborhood, we went heads down with our children on a mission to save pictures and Mother's Day cards and old scrapbooks and yearbooks and plain old books. We worked day and night to sort the ruined things from the salvageable things, to phone FEMA and find someone to help head off mold and the second wave of destruction it could bring. We were oblivious for days to anything happening outside our block. But even there, we knew people who had it worse than us. Ours was a 2-story house, so some furniture survived unscathed. Our neighbors on one side lived in a small ranch house, and practically everything they owned was underwater. And even as I tried to grasp the scope of what had happened in Tampa, I kept hearing and seeing references in my email to Asheville. What was happening there? I might have dug deeper then, but Hurricane Milton had spun up in the Western Caribbean, and early forecasts suggested a Category 5 storm would push a wall of water 12 feet high into our city. We watched, read, listened to the local news, packed what possessions we had left into storage units and into our cars, and we headed again for Georgia. As Milton devastated counties to the south of us and rearranged our lives yet again, I finally was able to see the pictures and hear the sounds of the greater loss coming out of Asheville. That was in October of last year, a few days before the billionaire owners of the Los Angeles Times and the Washington Post opted not to endorse anyone for president, just as the newspaper's editorial teams were about to back the Democratic candidate. A season of media capitulation was upon us. I switched my language up just now because I was asked to come here today to speak in defense of journalism, not media. And here the distinction matters. In this era of mega mergers and acquisitions and owners growing ever more distant from the journalists they employ, not everyone sees the difference between a corporation like, say, Disney, and a network like, say, ABC, and a news show like, say, This Week with George Stephanopoulos. But it's important to point out that it wasn't ABC's journalists who decided to give $15 million to the president for his library rather than fight a lawsuit over using the wrong word to describe a court's ruling that decades ago he sexually assaulted a columnist. It wasn't the journalists at 60 Minutes who were trying to secure FCC approval for a big corporate merger between Paramount and Skydance Media and decided to drop another $16 million into the presidential library fund rather than fight a flimsy lawsuit over the way the staff edited an interview with the then vice president. And it wasn't journalists contracted by Meta who decided to sacrifice truth, accuracy, and fairness by ending the practice of fact-checking at the massive media company. Meta justified its decision by claiming it was the fact-checkers themselves, not so much the disinformation-spewing users on Facebook who were guilty of political bias and censorship. This flip the blame strategy has been golden for those who would rain corruption and malfeasance and extortion and authoritarianism down on us and then cast journalism as the villainous fount of nasty news. But nowhere has that strategy worked better than in the demonization of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, the new N-word, the American obscenity. Here I have a harder time standing in defense of a profession I called home for nearly 50 years. You could get whiplash from watching our industry's pendulum swing back from the era just a few years ago of so-called racial reckoning. Those were the heady days of long overdue apologies, acknowledgments that coverage was distorted, and the countless published pledges that said we are really, really, totally committed this time to fixing this problem that we created. New job titles popped up all over the place. Diversity committees formed out of nowhere. Coverage of race and identity rose on journalism's agenda to heights not seen since the 1960s. And then the backlash began. And as rollbacks and rebranding and legal assaults on DEI gathered strength, journalism covered it piecemeal, connecting few dots, reporting as though these were individual thunderstorms and not a systemic typhoon taking form. We in journalism could see the storm, but figured it wasn't headed for us. Higher education took a direct hit from the orchestrated state-by-state passage of anti-DEI laws and legislative maneuvering of the sort that all but ended diversity at this university. Caught in the resulting riptide were university-licensed public radio stations and the journalists they employed. But this wasn't journalism's storm. It slammed into law firms and big box stores and Tractor Supply on a track that would see Hurricane Executive Order make landfall on January 20th, right at the doorstep of the sprawling federal government. Here would be a good time to mention to you that the eye of Hurricane Helene never hit Tampa. It passed by us from about 130 miles away. But it was such a massive, indiscriminate bully of a storm that being merely adjacent to us was close enough. Such was the destruction. Journalism in this metaphorical telling could have defended itself then. It could have defied the ill winds and protected the precious values of DEI work and taken whatever hits were coming. But so many leaders in so many places chose capitulation. The results have been catastrophic. No more pushing back against the just like me habits in hiring that created the gender and racial imbalances that persist in many newsrooms today. No more counting sources to be sure we're not losing the battle against personal and societal biases, perpetuating in our reporting the lie that expertise is a male thing and a white thing and an elite college thing. No more training journalists to tell authentic stories across difference, stories that help long ignored or misrepresented audiences recognize themselves in our coverage so that they might stand behind us in times like these. Where today do we even have that conversation? I don't lament the disappearance of DEI statements and pledges from journalism's websites because it takes more than a few words over a couple of years to earn my trust. If you just joined this conversation in 2020, you might think it was a new thing, this retreat. Read your history. Like floodwaters will exploit every weakness in your home's defenses, empowered bigotry will figure out quickly who has a spine when it comes to DEI and who just talks about it. It's impossible for me to leave this subject without remembering my friend and former boss, John Lansing, who stood tall for journalism for decades until his big heart stopped beating a year ago. I wish you could have been there the first time John stood in front of NPR's newsroom leaders and someone asked him if Voice of America, whose parent company John had recently led, whose voice the president has all but silenced, was just an instrument of US propaganda. John told them stories of journalists risking and losing their lives to tell unpopular truths in countries far more experienced than ours at vindictive authoritarianism. He dared the editors to walk in the shoes of those journalists. The humbled silence in the room was profound. I wish you could have heard John stand up for diversity from his very first day at NPR until his very last. I wish you could have heard him stand up. I wish you could have been in the room and heard him say over and over until you understood that it was more than a slogan, that the work of diversity was the work of journalism. And the work of journalism in this democracy was never more important than it is today. So maybe there's no crisis of proportion. It matters equally that the president attempts to silence the New York Times with a $15 billion lawsuit as it does that congressional cuts threaten the existence of a tiny public radio station in Western North Carolina. Because for me, it was Blue Ridge Public Radio that brought home the story of what Hurricane Helene had done to Asheville. As my wife and I sat with friends in Georgia and discussed our post-disaster future, the reporters and staff of that small Asheville station, themselves left without electricity and running water, slept on air mattresses at the station, worked 12-hour shifts and longer, hauled creek water into the station to flush the toilets, and stayed on the air to provide life-saving information to the stunned people of the mountain region. In the days after the storm, news director Laura Lee said, people wrote to the station to tell how their listeners had, quote, dug up an old radio and some batteries, or they had a hand crank radio, and we were the only source of information for them for several days. That's a responsibility, the news director said, that this team took really seriously, end quote. The enemies of independent journalism in Congress, who dressed up their opposition to funding for public radio and public television in the laughable guise of fiscal responsibility, cut as much as $330,000 from the budget of a station with an outsized role in their community and fewer than 10 full-time reporters. So I stand here today not just in defense of their journalism, but of their right to exist. I stand here free of the comparative ethics that would place the urgency of protecting big newsrooms above the small, or protecting democracy over defending a profession. I stand for the imperfect behemoths and the risk-taking startups, for the well-funded commercial outfits and the scrappy nonprofits like Suncoast Searchlight. Because it is so clear today that our collective fates are inextricably bound to one another. Preserve journalism, and we preserve democracy. Save democracy, and journalism, like water, will find its proper level. We live in perilous times. We live in a moment of superficial nationalism and patriotism tinged with ethnocentrism, misogyny, religious hatred, racism, transphobia, and the ass-backwards idea that we define ourselves as a nation not by who we are, but by who we don't want. We live in a time when our leaders are not standing against bigotry, but against the idea that bigotry even exists. Standing not in support of inclusion, but in support of the right to exclude. We live in a moment when our leaders have distorted the rhetorical picture until it seems that all efforts we have undertaken to fix these undeniable problems are themselves the problem. To rise in defense of journalism now is to rise to our own defense. Self-interest is not in competition with a greater good, it is in the path of the greater good. When the Associated Press was under attack by the administration earlier this year, executive editor Julie Pace said that, quote, "If we don't step up to defend the right of Americans to speak freely, who will?" Still, on its best days, journalism merely shines a light, pulls back a curtain, reveals, exposes, explains, and contextualizes. It is not itself accountability, but the means by which people and institutions might be held accountable. Defending it, supporting it, that will always be the work of journalism's beneficiaries. Our work, your work. I find this thought by John Thornton, who founded the Texas Tribune and co-founded the American Journalism Project, to capture perfectly that sense of public duty. He said that, quote, "The maintenance of an informed public is the responsibility of the public itself, not the incidental byproduct of a series of commercial transactions." To stand in defense of journalism, then, is to subscribe, to donate, to render journalism relevant by consuming it, by becoming informed, and I would add, by acting on what you know. When we're done here today, I'll start figuring out what the last part means to me. Acting on what you know. I'll go back to our temporary digs in Tampa. Tonight and in the morning, we'll begin the frantic home stretch of packing our lives in boxes and bins, while by sheer coincidence, 3 tropical systems churn in the Atlantic Ocean. Like journalism, we know that when the storm has passed, you get up, you rebuild, and you move on. And in a little more than a week, nearly 1 year since the day Denise and I last evacuated, we will move to Georgia, and for the first time ever, I'll experience life off the hurricane superhighway. I will keep my connections to journalism and find new grounding in a new home. And as I search for purpose, I'll probably wrestle, in spite of myself, with the big crisis of proportion question of asking whether it is journalism or democracy that most needs my help. And I will remember again that the answer will always be yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And Katie, I think we can take some questions. How do you want to handle that?
I'll read it to you, but our fellows will, if we just, for the purpose of people watching online, wait for the fellows to get to you with a microphone. So if you just raise your hand.
People need to go to the microphone.
Oh, I
Please
lied.
queue up
Okay.
on each side and approach the microphone.
Maybe say that a little louder.
Okay, we'll start here and then
We have
here.
a microphone on each side of the room, so if you'd like to ask a question, please approach our fellows and queue up either there or there, please.
I'll break it for you.
That was fantastic. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
I'm going to be sending it to everybody I know. But I work in the tech industry. I worked at Facebook for 10 years. And when you were talking about journalists, there's also a lot of people working in trust and safety and tech and other things that are adjacent to many of the things you spoke of. And I was wondering if you also had some advice or thoughts for those who are sort of adjacent to the journalism industry and how they can best support in these times.
Well, thank you for the question, and thank you for acknowledging those folks who were not journalists who have this as their had this as their work on some of those platforms. And I don't have a great answer for that, other than to say that at every microphone that we have available today, you might not be able to, on the back end, stop something from getting out, but on the other side of that, respond with fact, respond with information. I think one of our biggest challenges as a country right now, as a society, is that the disinformation comes out there and the correction comes out there, and these two things don't often connect. So I think that there's a whole universe of our country right now that never gets the corrective side to even consider, let alone to be guided by. So I think that's our chronic challenge.
Hi there. Thanks again. It's a very inspiring talk. I did have a question about your analogy about the storm. And I got to thinking, well, after a big storm, you can see the immediate impact, but it takes a while for the longer term impact to surface. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are about the longer impact of what we're seeing right now, because we're all in the middle of it. We're living it every day. But it's really hard to pull back because we're still stuck in it.
Yeah, and I think that I agree, it's maybe one of the biggest challenges that we face, because it's as many parallels as there may be to history in what we're experiencing today. There's a profound difference between today and any other time in history, in that the things that we are moving back on today, we only discovered the first time we did them. So there's no new discovery coming to help enlighten us. There's no movement that's going to happen that suddenly makes us aware of human rights and civil rights and voting rights and all of the things that preceded us. So how we go from here to correcting that, I'm not really sure. I think that we have to brace ourselves. And I'll just go back to that metaphor that when we got hit last year, and I was saying to my family and to my friends and to anybody who would listen last year, yeah, but other people had it much worse. And this was before the fires in California, where they couldn't, dry out something and preserve it, right? Everything was incinerated. I kept doing that kind of comparative thing, and somebody said to me, listen, stop and consider the trauma that you are going through, and recognize that it will continue to reveal itself over a long period of time. And I think that that's one of the things that we have to do, not to depress us or discourage us, but to recognize that as we move forward from this day, we have to remind ourselves that it's going to take time, that there will be setbacks, that we're going to have to sit sometimes and just lament where things are. But I think that in this country, in all of the institutions and structures that have just been assaulted, that we are looking at years, decades, generations for some of it to come back. I think that our task is vigilance, because, I was talking to Jean Lansing, John's wife, just last night about my hometown of New Orleans, and going back home and realizing that if you stop trying to come back, the bad things are just waiting to overtake you. And I think that's our sort of country's metaphor for what we have to do from here. Thank you for that question.
Hi, Tim.
Nope.
Oh, okay. You said something about 1800-ish news deserts. That I am gonna also guess includes subject matters too, like disability issues, and which are becoming more prevalent since disabilities affect everyone at some phase. Is that something that's gonna need to be addressed through journalism, through startups and whatnot? And what's your thoughts on that?
Well, let me start with startups, because I think that, as with the one that I'm involved with in Sarasota, they have to make really hard decisions about the limits of what they're going to take on. And those subject matter areas are often narrow. So we have to recognize that the challenge in sort of replacing journalism that's being lost is that some parts of what we were doing before will in fact go away. I think the real frightening thing about disability coverage is that it wasn't there in strength before. And yes, it is all of our problems. You get older, yeah, and you are going to deal with issues of disability in some form or the other. It is all of our realities, and journalism is a way of helping us to understand what the complexity of the problems that we face. So, I think yes, subject matter focus is going to go away as a result of some of this, and maybe in some of those news deserts that we're talking about. I do think, though, that just like our little startup in just like Wisconsin Watch, just like so many of these organizations, that the ability to reach people with your specific topic area is easier than ever, in a sense, because we're in a digital space. So while I might not have that information sent to me, I might be able to find it with one startup in one town in one part of the country that's covering disability. GBH in Boston, the public radio and public television station there, does a fabulous job both in advocating for disability coverage and in doing it. And there are places in the country where that's true. I think our challenge is going to be as consumers of journalism to recognize, bless you, that we are not going to be able to get it all in one place ever again. Yeah.
Hi, Tim Carr with Free Press. Hi, Keith.
Right, sure.
Thank you for your opening remarks. You had mentioned at the outset that CPB, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, would be closing its doors within a week.
Yeah.
That's after the Trump administration, with the help of Congress, clawed back $535 million, which is a standard annual allocation. Standard for the United States, but far below what other democracies provide per capita. And I'm wondering if you see, having been both inside and outside of public media, a path forward for not only maybe getting back what was cut, but building back better our public media system.
Well, I mean, we're in the middle of that storm, so it's kind of hard to see clearly from here. But let me give you a little bit of good news in the question. That I think it's Louisville Public Media. Is that what Kenya is? That on the day that the rescission vote happened, they raised their budget. They raised their budget that day. A public response to this has been strong in some places. NPR was, sorry? St. Louis Public Radio. We've seen that happen in stations around the country. NPR did really well on that day in terms of people just over the transom sending money in. There's evidence that there's capacity in the public to support this work. What I think people don't really appreciate about that allocation and what it supported is that everything, including and specifically distribution of this information around the country, was paid for through that CPB allocation. That CPB managed the music rights for all these stations. If you've heard any interstitials, anytime a little piece of music playing, somebody negotiated for the right of that little piece of music to play. That was happening at CPB. Are we recording this? Okay. I wasn't a big fan of CPB. When it came to my work when it came to my work in diversity, I don't think that they did a great job. But they were so essential to orchestrating and organizing this incredibly complex system called public media, and that is inclusive of public television. And it will be a tremendous loss. And like the previous person asked, It's going to be a long time before we understand how big of a hit we just took. I will say, though, that my hope here is that one of the biggest things that will happen is that 6% of America that has been paying for public radio all this time will grow a little, and that the country will recognize the gem. You don't have to tell the stories of Blue Ridge Public Media to make that point, or the Texas Media Coalition that came together with the flooding in July, or all of these examples around the country in crisis. That was one of the arguments that public radio made for its existence, was that we are the emergency place to go. That's important and that's good, but it doesn't tell the story of the America that we are delivering to people every day in public media around the country that is, until now, untouched by government intervention. And I think that's going to take a while for us to understand and appreciate.
First, thank you for your work. No one in this room needs to be convinced of the importance of journalism day to day, every day. But what do I say to my kids who are trying to put food on the table, trying their hardest to make a life, trying to figure out how in God's name they'll be afford to send their kids to college, all these huge things for them. They can look at my husband, who's a journalist, and know that Dad's work is important, and they get that. But how do we plug them in to the everyday? Not just listen to the radio when there's a hurricane, but every day there is something happening.
Are you asking how do we make them media consumers? I remember the day it was clear to me that none of my children were going to be newspaper subscribers. That the habit of the newspaper falling on the front lawn and being at the table at breakfast and those things that I grew up with that helped me to become the consumer that I am. Not all of that went away a long time ago. But what I will say, and I'll just use my tiny little focus group of 7, well, 11 now with the grands, that if you are in our little group of people, the news is coming through your email and your text messages every day because somebody is sharing something from somewhere else. That they are a literate group of people because of what they're consuming, but also because of what is being shared with them. I think that notion that Thornton said that it is our responsibility to see to it that we exist it also extends to our responsibility to see that we're informed. It's out there. It didn't go away. It is harder than ever to deliver it in some cases, but that responsibility falls ultimately to us to see to it that we're a literate and informed society.
Keith, at our symposium on journalism and digital ethics at Loyola University Chicago earlier this year, a speaker was there from a state university in Texas, a public university. Among the universities where curriculum, syllabi have been policed for language. And she stood up and said, do you know what it's like to be in a room where I can say the words diversity, equity, and inclusion without fear? What do you say to the people who are living in those environments, trying to do their best work, whether it's public radio, whether it's public education? What do you say to people who have had their speech policed and still want to express solidarity?
This whole DEI thing has been, I mean, I would use the word fascinating if it didn't insult me, but it has been a study in psychology to watch it happen. Because as with other things that have been demonized, like critical race theory, what you do is you remove the words first, and it becomes CRT. And then you attack it and turn it into the boogeyman. And you know that there are going to be so many people who will never bother to find out what the R stood for or what the C stood for. And that's what's happened with DEI. When you ask people, and this study was done a few years ago, do you support? And then you lay out what DEI is. People say, of course I support that. But if it's this DEI, which is code today for black people getting ahead at my expense, I called it the new N-word because that's kind of the way it's being wielded by our politicians today. When you get to that point, then you lose the trail. And if you are a person who wants to advocate for it, it is unfortunately true that if you say those letters, then you risk people going down the path that has been set up for them. But if you express the belief that people deserve to hear from all the people, if you express the belief that we all have our biases that have to be overcome in order for us to tell a fuller truth, if you express the belief that learning and becoming more knowledgeable about people and cultures and experiences makes us all better, you won't find people who are disagreeing with you on that. So when I read to you the things that we are no longer doing, the word diversity wasn't in any of those sentences. And yet the value and the belief that lies below it was all there in full strength. And I think that's the challenge today. It's like all communication. You know, if I want you to hear me, I have to figure out what's in the way of you hearing me and move that aside. But don't give up. Don't just figure that if I can't say DEI, I can't say anything, because that's not true. Thank you, Joe. Thank you all.
Thank you so very much, Keith. I so truly appreciate it. I'd love to invite our first panel up to get seated while I briefly introduce them. So Sewell, Krista, you just heard from Tim asking a marvelous question. So as you can see, I'm not going to take up too much time because you're going to want to hear more from them than you hear from me, definitely. But we put together this panel, The New Age of Censorship, because I found myself saying a lot in interviews and in talking with students. I never thought I would see a day this would happen. I never thought I would hear the chairman of the FCC talking like he's in a Sopranos script. I never thought I would hear a conservative say government needs to intervene in this way. I never thought a university would be trying to scrub syllabi. And so I began to think about the different ways that censorship works, and one of the most important being self-censorship out of fear. So we invited these wonderful people to come and talk about that today. So Krista Westerberg is an attorney and partner at Pines Bach, and a lovely individual that I've had the opportunity to work with in a few different ways, but most importantly, through the Freedom of Information efforts here in the state of Wisconsin, through the Freedom of Information Council. A very, very important defender of our access to information here in this state. And then Sewell Chan, back for a second appearance here at the Center for Journalism Ethics Conference. Sewell is now a senior fellow at the University of Southern California Annenberg Center on Communication, Leadership, and Policy. And then finally, Tim Franklin, the Senior Director of Strategy and Communications for Free Press and the Free Press Action Fund. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to you as moderator.
Thank you so much, Katie. And thank you to Keith Woods for the opening remarks today, very inspiring. So we started planning this panel a few weeks ago on September 8th and had a discussion on that day to prepare for this session. And I feel like so much has happened even since then that this new age of censorship, age may be too long of a time frame, new week, new month of censorship. And we're just seeing things evolve on a daily basis. So I would like to start with our panelists and ask, you are experts on censorship. What is one thing now that marks this new age in your mind that you would want this audience to know among, and it'll be hard to select one, but what is sort of an overriding theme you would like to emphasize from this new age? And whoever wants to start, Sewell, maybe you first?
Sure. Thank you so much, Krista, and again, thank you, Keith, for such an extraordinary opening and setting of the table and the stakes here. Look, let's look at the word censorship. I think a lot of us read 1984 in school, and maybe our vision of censorship was, a highly oppressive, centralized state that is controlling what we read and listen to. And maybe there are some elements of that, maybe. But I would posit that our age of censorship is quite different. First of all, we're in an information age of fragmentation. So it's less about centralized control, although some of that arguably is happening with media consolidation and with government, what the FCC is doing. But I would argue that it's an age of distraction. And so censorship nowadays is more sophisticated than just, in the Soviet bloc, imprisoning the journalists. That's almost like, old school. I think censorship now involves distraction, deception, duplicity. It involves the veneer of openness, like we're going to allow in the Pentagon or covering the White House, anyone who agrees with us, there's still pluralism. We're bringing, in fact, new voices. We're empowering new voices, right? But it's much more clever than just saying no one can cover. It's saying like, oh, our favored organs can cover what we want. And so I think that we have to think about censorship really on several levels. And the level that I really want to emphasize, and I hope we'll spend more time on this, is self-censorship. Because all of us who've been in newsrooms and are thinking about how we pitch and develop stories, what we suggest, as editors deciding what to publish, these are often distinctions based on obviously how newsworthy, how accurate, how important is it, but it's also based on is it worth the trouble? And my greatest fear is not just the stories that are not being told for the important, obvious reasons, the defunding, the cutbacks, the corporate owners saying don't do this, horrifying. But I'm equally worried about the stories that won't get told because the people listening and the people in a position to tell the stories think, is this worth the trouble? Is this worth getting the reaction I'm gonna get? Is this worth the hassle and the pain it's gonna cause us? And that can happen even at the level of journalists, and I wanna just draw attention to that.
Yeah, very good point. Certainly this is a new age of censorship, but it's not a new administration. And what Trump learned in Trump 1.0, he largely failed to control the media, despite his attempts during his first administration, but he figured out where the pressure points are. Yeah. And in the second administration, with the help of his chairman at the FCC, he's pushing those points. And the problem that we face in the United States that makes this sort of new censorship reality what it is that we have given so much control over our media system to very powerful corporations that have extensive conflicts of interest. Jeff Bezos spiked the Kamala Harris endorsement at the Washington Post, not so much because he thought, it would be a liability for the Washington Post, but it was more of a liability for Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos has billions of dollars worth of bids out for space exploration contracts with his company Blue Origin. So when you have a media system that is so consolidated, and when you have media owners that are so dependent on government decisions, whether they be approval of a merger, whether they be government contracts, you'll see that this supposed firewall that separates the newsroom from the corporate side break down. And it's breaking down in ways that we've never seen before. It really is a question of, in our view, and we published the Media Capitulation Index about a little more than a month, is that the problem we're facing is that a lot of these massive corporations are too big not to fail because of their size, because of their sprawling entanglements with government. They simply cannot act as the fourth estate, that is, a check against power, and fulfill their duty to inform people about how they can engage meaningfully in their democracy.
Thank you. Both wonderful points. And maybe I will even have you comment on the other's point there, especially the role of corporations. You started to touch on that, Tim, and that maybe has come to the fore even more lately, talking about these mergers, lawsuits, things like that these companies are facing that continue to put pressure on that. So I don't know, Sil, you want to elaborate on that, or Tim, you have anything to add on that? And then we'll get back to the self-censorship point as well.
Well, maybe I'll speak on the lawsuits. I'm really struck that, you have a president who's acting in his official capacity, but also in his personal capacity. And the lawsuit against the New York Times, which has, well, the first version was thrown out because it went on too long and didn't make a point. But it will be refiled. And it's very, very worrisome when the litigation doesn't really point to any legal doctrine. It's like, you were mean to me, or you didn't point out my success in this sphere or whatever. And that's not, obviously, the constitutional definition of libel by a long shot. And so I think that you have the litigation that is, threatening. What's so interesting about this litigation is that oftentimes it is legally meritless. And yet, when you think about litigation as lawfare, as litigation in lieu of a public relations strategy, litigation to berate, harass, and intimidate, you don't need a court ruling saying that you won on the merits. You just need to convince the other side that defending against this litigation will be so painful, either in terms of cost or in terms of public attention, that it's just not worth it. And that's been a very, very effective strategy. The other thing I'd say about corporations is it's really, look, there is Larry Ellison, I think, recently overtook Elon Musk as the richest person in the world. Let's say they're neck and neck. And Ellison obviously is in the process of buying CBS News. He is also presumed to be wanting to make a bid for the company that also owns CNN and HBO. So there's really, and not to mention Ellison, I believe, is one of the investors in TikTok. Now, 1 in 5 Americans gets their news from TikTok, according to a Pew Research study released this week. 1 in 5, dramatic increase, not just among young people anymore. And the TikTok is, if we thought that Chinese communist ownership was bad, now we're going to see a lot of ownership by private billionaires, many of them aligned with the president. So you could see the algorithms potentially changing. So I'm very, very worried about that. I'm very worried that, frankly, the age of inequality that has been mounting for decades is now resulting in an age of politically swayed and politically pressurable concentrated corporate ownership.
Yeah, and I just want to take on Sewell's self-censorship comments. The founders of our country gave us this great gift in the First Amendment. You can create the oasis, but you can't make the camel come and drink from the water. And that is a bad take. And you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. The problem is that we have given this right to the media, to the press, to everyone. But the owners of the media don't want to exercise it. That's why they're settling these lawsuits that are specious, but they're settling them because they're too fearful that speaking out, these settlements are a form of self-censorship. They're too fearful that speaking out or pursuing these cases to their logical end, I would think, which would be to throw them out, is too much of a risk.
Can I ask a quick question of Tim, actually?
Please.
And is that okay?
Yeah.
Just to follow up on that. You know, Tim, I've been reading a lot of journalism history because I'm trying to understand where we've been and where we might be going. In some ways, are we, like, media barons is not new to America, right? Like, if we go back 100+ years ago, late 19th, early 20th centuries, you got Pulitzer and Hearst. You had newspaper publishers who wanted to start wars. You had always media owners who wanted to dominate the press and then use it for their own purposes. Colonel McCormick and many examples. Chandler's, General Otis in Los Angeles, so bigger, larger than life. Are we and then you had, starting in the 1920s, progressive era, yay, Wisconsin. You had kind of a desire by Walter Lippmann and others to professionalize journalism and to eventually have higher levels and standards of ethical, et cetera. Are we in a way reverting to an earlier time?
I don't think so. I think there was a economic model for journalism, for local journalism in particular, that worked through much of the 19th century. It was because this was pre-digital era. These newspapers had local monopolies. The advertisers came to them because they're the only way they could get their products out, or the ads for their products out in a timely fashion. That commercial market, that economic model has broken, and we haven't really figured out what a new market-driven model for sustaining local news is. So these companies, which have numerous other holdings, for them, a lot of them, and this was true for CBS News at Paramount, their news divisions are kind of loss leaders.
Yeah.
And so
when Sinclair and Nexstar say
yes,
something that has outsized weight.
Yeah, so Sinclair and Nexstar are both competing for approval to bid on and acquire Tegna, which is the third largest broadcaster in the country. But it's an interesting thing because local broadcast journalism, your local TV stations, are one of the rare examples where they're actually economically successful. Yeah. And it's often because of the sports and weather that they lead with. But I think we are in a new era where journalism has become or the business of journalism has become kind of a liability for a lot of these companies. It's no longer like a Hearst corporation that focuses on news. These are corporations that have sprawling interests.
Wonderful. Yep. Great point, and thank you for that context too, Sue, and that history. And maybe there are some things we can look at in the past for where we are and how to get out of it. But I want to touch on another maybe new aspect of this new age of journalism, where and we have a lot of barriers in going down in government between the partisan pieces of government and those pieces of government that are supposed to be nonpartisan, the latter including the FCC. And we are, that has shown itself most recently in the Jimmy Kimmel incident and the threats that were made by the FCC chairman in light of the murder of Charlie Kirk. But tell me, just where do you see the role of the FCC in this new age of censorship? And just would love to hear your thoughts on that. Big topic.
So in this new age of censorship, the FCC, needs to keep its hands off. But it's interesting because we had a discussion earlier of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how if you strip the words out and use the acronym, you can villainize it. The central mandate of the FCC was started in the 30s to govern the use of public airwaves, is to promote diversity, competition, and localism in the use of the airwaves. That really is their mandate. It is not to do content-related reviews and then decide whether or not towing the line will factor in whether your merger gets approved by the agency or not. So I think for the FCC, and the congressional charter that was used to establish the FCC explicitly says that you cannot pressure any of the license holders to change their content. You cannot even suggest it. Chairman Brendan Carr is in violation of that, which is why we will be soon asking for him to step down. But the FCC's mandate is very clear. And the problem that we have right now is a chairman who believes his authority extends well beyond that, including into, violative activity around the First Amendment.
We're speaking right now in a state that's very politically divided, and I want to give credit where it's due, so I do want to just interject and say, I think the comments by Senators Ted Cruz and Rand Paul were very helpful in this regard. Mm-hmm. They pushed back and said, do we want an FCC that is weighing in on content? Right now, if the Supreme Court rules that the president can fire a lot of these independent agency heads, and we're looking in that direction, we're even looking at what's happening at the Federal Reserve, they asked, do we want a Democratic president to come in, put her or his own commissioners, and then suddenly say, well, what's not news or what's not fair? And, there's a room for, I think, an FCC that is really trying to emphasize public ownership of the airwaves in service of the goals from the 1930s. And I also think it would be interesting, actually, to have, Jessica Rosen-Worcel, the former chair, once asked her at a panel about, she was on a panel about the fairness doctrine, and you know a lot more about that than anyone, Tim. But, it's interesting. I think, the dismantling of the fairness doctrine in the 80s is partly what has driven the rise in hyper-partisan local media and local television. And so, anyway, my point being that I think one of the things that is important in this moment is that there are certain principles that all should agree upon. And especially if you're a traditional conservative, of which there are fewer now, who believe in limited government, from a libertarian perspective, you don't want the FCC weighing in on content decisions. And I think that's an important critique.
Do you think we'll see more of that in the coming days, weeks, months, and that kind of pushback from people who are realizing that, today it might be Jimmy Kimmel's ox that's gored, but in the future it could be somebody else?
Sure. And, Stephen Colbert.
Right.
Let's not forget. So there is a pattern, right, of collusion here, a pattern that involves the White House and the FCC. It often starts with an angry rant on Truth Social, or a Trump individual lawsuit, defamation lawsuit against a company that angered him for some reason. But then you have the FCC picking up on that and launching inquiries. And so this incident that we unfolded over the last week was part of a pattern of collusion. The good news is that we saw what happened with CBS, we saw what happened with Colbert, we saw what happened also at ABC with regard to George Stephanopoulos. People are now aware, and the last week we learned anything is that even if these media companies aren't willing to stand up for their own rights, the public has got their backs. That is, it's going to step in, not necessarily the backs of the media companies, but the backs of those that they've been censoring. They will step in. And Disney decided to cut its losses with regard to Kimmel after there was a mass movement to unsubscribe from its streaming services. People were threatening boycotts of advertisers to ABC affiliates, boycotting travel to Disney theme parks. The public is primed to respond, and I think the big challenge before organizations like mine, which does a lot of organizing of public activism around the media, is to make sure we've captured that lightning in a bottle and that the public remains engaged and is willing to step up the next time a similar threat comes around. And I can guarantee it's coming around very soon.
Thank you both. And I want to come back to that point in a minute, but first I want to acknowledge that we are sitting here today on a university campus, and a campus that does research, a campus that has student journalists. And, we see attacks on research, DEI being one point, but also research regarding misinformation. And can you comment on the role of the censorship that is occurring related to research, and what are some possible responses or answers to that?
Well, I'm not a specialist in this field, but I really worry that part of the kind of far right playbook has been to delegitimize any source of expert information. Now, I really am, STEM is not my strong suit. Like a lot of journalists, I'm more of a words and history and English kind of guy. But I think that we have had a deep attack in this country on all forms of expert knowledge. And so, look, if Biden had gotten up there or Obama and said, take this medication or don't take this one, I think, conservatives would have rightly said, wow, this is not cool. What do you know? You're just a politician. And now we're having these attacks on Tylenol, et cetera. And I don't think it means, look, I think one of the most worrisome phrases of our era is I want to do my own research. And if what you truly mean by that is looking at peer-reviewed papers, looking at scientific evidence, looking at medical and other sources, there was something good about that. We should teach skepticism of sources. We teach that to our students. We need that as consumers, as health consumers, et cetera. But I think when the skepticism bleeds into this kind of nihilism of like nothing can be believed, and then that's where there is an Orwellian element of HHS coming in here and saying, oh, well, we know. And I think that is really, really worrisome.
Yeah, I'll just be brief. That's absolutely right. I think the larger project here is a campaign against accountability. A campaign against accountability by mostly powerful white men who don't want to be held to account, who want to be able to enrich themselves by any means possible without the restrictions of science, of law, even of morality or of the press and of citizens. Right. There are, in addition to this pressure campaign against universities and the media, there are efforts to take away our rights to protest. They're happening at the state level, they're happening at the federal level. The president signed an executive order empowering local police forces to fight against a very vaguely stated notion of terrorism. Domestic terrorism, in Trump's eyes, is anyone who doesn't agree with him. Yep. So this is all part of a project to to eliminate all mechanisms of accountability.
And I want to pick up on something Sewell said about do your own research, and that feeds into, I think, everyone is, to some extent these days, or a lot of people are in their own media environment and their own echo chamber. I feel like in this echo chamber, there are always claims of hypocrisy, one against the other. Oh, well, you are upset about what happened to Stephen Colbert or Jimmy Kimmel. Why didn't you care when Roseanne Barr got kicked off the air? Things like that. How do you, and those just, in my opinion, they don't seem to land. But tell me, like, when you get those, I don't have to listen to you because you didn't listen to me when this other injustice happened. How do you break through? It's not really a censorship question, but when we're trying to begin these conversations to have have reasonable discussions and hopefully make better decisions for democracy, how do you break through those kinds of arguments?
Oh, sure. Sure. So just to the argument that, yeah, sure, look what happened to Trump, right? After January 6th, he was yanked from social media. And I'm hearing that a lot, right? This is a sort of attempt at moral equivalence. What happened to Trump was not the result of state action. These networks, these social media networks, decided, as is their First Amendment right, you may agree with their decision or not, to protect their communities, their online communities. They have terms of service that outline, where the limits are. And as private companies that host speech, they have the right to do that under Section 230. What happened against Kimmel was the result of direct state action. Now, while Chairman Carr is trying to back away from his comments about the easy way or the hard way. It's very clear what the intention was. So I think those comparisons don't hold up.
I'd like to make a kind of journalistic point as a counterpart. And you know, working in Texas, a very conservative environment for 3 years was one of the most important experiences of my career. And we talked a lot with conservative audiences and produced a news-only website. There was no opinion. I'd like to point out a few things, right? It's important, and we're at a journalism ethics conference, so I want to speak as a journalist. It's important that we be fair. I think CBS News probably should have released transcripts immediately of the Harris interview. I think Stephanopoulos did misspeak. I don't think it was intentionally libelous or slander, but he did misspeak. He could have been more precise. Kimmel probably could have been more precise. We don't know that much yet about the motivations of Charlie Kirk's killer. This is not to say that the actions taken against CBS, ABC, or Jimmy Kimmel were justified. But this is to say that if you're a young journalist or starting out journalist, and I hope there are students in this room and online listening, we've got to be so damn excellent that we're not giving anyone an excuse because they want to crack down on us. And as journalists, we have to actually be crystal, like more than ever, dot every I, cross every T, and not give anyone room or space to attack us. And I hope I'm making that point with some subtlety. We also have to be reflective as a field and look at, like, familiar to any parent is the argument, oh, she started it, or he started it, and the slippery slope arguments, right? And in a way, America feels, frankly, a little bit juvenile right now. I'm less interested in who started or whose ox was first gored than I am in whether or not we're all going to make it out of this alive. And so I think part of our goal as journalists has to really redouble our efforts to not come across as partisan, to not come across as in favor of one or another political ideology, to tell the facts, and to speak difficult truths. To be fair does not mean equal airtime. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying, quote, the climate change denier next to the climate scientist, certainly not saying that. But I do think it behooves us in this time of heightened emotion in American life as journalists to understand what is motivating people's behavior and what are their life experiences, and not just asking who are you voting for? Because who you're voting for, that's a very lazy question. What's going on in your life and how is that informing the political choices you're making is usually a much more enlightening question.
Wonderful, and that is a great segue to my last question, and then I think we want to reserve time for audience questions as well. You know, what is the way forward? What can journalists do? What can citizens who care about democracy and the First Amendment do in this new age of censorship?
Sure. Well, since this is a conference on ethics in journalism, I just wanted to make a few comments about that will get to your question. I mean, what we're seeing right now are three ethical frameworks at work. We have the first, which deals with the fiduciary responsibility of media owners to best represent the interests of shareholders. The second ethical framework is, of course, journalism's duty to speak truth to power and to inform communities so that they can meaningfully engage in local democracy, national democracy. And the third ethical framework is the duty of government. When the marketplace fails to provide a public good, and journalism is a public good, government needs to step in to figure out how it can help support that. And that gets us to your question. Sorry, I needed to set it up. What we're seeing, signs that we're seeing are hopeful, aren't happening in the federal level for obvious reasons. But at the state level, a lot of legislators, a lot of lawmakers are stepping up. We're seeing legislation in California. We're seeing legislation being proposed and considered in Pennsylvania, in Oregon, in Washington, in Massachusetts that supports local journalism. And a couple of years ago, Free Press, my organization, worked in New Jersey to create the New Jersey Civic Information Consortium, which has given away $20 million to support local, sometimes hyper-local journalism. So in the short term, look to your states, look to your municipalities. There's an eagerness there among lawmakers to figure out what they can do to save their local newspapers, to help foster more of these sort of hyper-local community news sites, which are doing a great service. So I would say, as you probably heard before, look locally for the time being, but we also need to continue to build a national movement. And I think what happened over the last week were indication of an appetite for that, to protect free speech and foster new forms of public journalism, public interest journalism, publicly funded journalism in many cases going forward.
I completely agree with what Tim said, and I love the three-part framework you outlined. If I could add a fourth element, what are the ethics of being a responsible news consumer? What are the ethics of being a citizen? Because I have thousands of journalists in my phone book. I have no billionaires, and I don't have any current high-level government officials. So my sway on them is limited. I can speak to my fellow journalists and listen to them, which I do a lot. But I also want to address what we can do as citizens. And first of all, I think that comes with a lot of information literacy. Working in Texas, whenever I'm asked, what are reliable sources of news, I almost evade the question because I don't think it's for me to say what sources are reliable. What I can do is provide advice about how to approach information critically. And I think that means several things. First of all, not sharing things that are unverified and unproven. Secondly, teaching our children and grandchildren, the younger generation that's coming up, they may not read a newspaper thrown at their doorstep, but they may read news. They may learn to recognize, they need to learn to recognize and are learning to recognize what is reliable because it's been fact-checked. Not because the New York Times said it or the Wall Street Journal said it, but because it's been fact-checked. Who owns this source of information? What's their agenda? What are the staff of this proposed source of information? Who works there? What are they standing for? Do they have a corrections policy? Do they have a conflict of interest policy? We all have a duty and can, as citizens, be more empowered consumers of information. And that requires discipline. It requires getting off sometimes some of the platforms, reading a pluralistic variety of news sources, which we could all benefit in doing. And I think that's kind of the fourth ethical obligation, the obligation that we have as consumers, as Americans, and sure, as voters.
Wonderful. Well, I think it'd be time for to start some questions, and if anyone wants to approach the microphone, we can. We'll go to my left, your right, first for whoever wants to start.
Everything you say about being an informed consumer is important and necessary, an informed citizen. What is the role of journalists in telling everybody this person, this organization is not operating in good faith? There is a huge ecosystem out there that exists to make people mad, not to inform them, to make them upset, to make them unhappy, to sell something. What is the role of journalism in educating us about that?
Just a quick question for clarification. When you say they're saying this organization, are they referring to their own news organizations or just organization in general?
Just organizations in general. There are organizations that do not operate in good faith. There are individuals who do not operate in good faith. They are not trying to have an intelligent debate about the future of the country. They're not trying to foster democracy. They're trying to sell stuff, make us mad, make us unhappy, and just be annoying.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. So I think there are two levels to answer that, right, at least. One is that kind of baked into the human condition, I think, is that unfortunately fear and anger are in the short term often more powerful emotions than, say, love, critical thinking, and unity. So it's going to be easier to sell fear and anger and to sell gossip than it is to sell solutions, to sell productive, engaged dialogue, and to remind us of what unifies us as Americans. And that's very, very unfortunate. That's kind of baked in both into, I believe, a little bit of human nature and certainly into the modern media model we're in. What I think that we need to do, however, is kind of buck those tides by being, super critical. We need to learn a lot more about how, and this is why organizations like Free Press, the local communications policy are so important. But look, the other thing I wanted to say is, you have to remember that right now that there are people who call themselves journalists who are essentially propagandists. And then there are people, and this is actually the more hopeful side, there are people engaging in acts of journalism who are not necessarily professional, traditionally trained journalists. And that's important too. Think about community newsletter writers or bloggers or there are so many people interested in finding out truthful things about their community and sharing them. And part of the challenge to our field is, how do we admit them in to spaces like this and empower? There are young influencers out there, some young influencers who are out for mostly entertainment lifestyle. There are some who are trying to do propaganda, but then there might be others who are actually trying to genuinely inform people in their community or people in their generation about current events. How do we bring in people like that into our space? They may not be traditional big J journalists, but they're engaging in acts of journalism. And so again, this goes to the fundamental question of who is a journalist, right? There are propagandists masquerading as journalists, and then there are people we don't think of as journalists who actually are doing the work that we would recognize as journalism. And how do we balance that? That's a core question that I'm preoccupied with.
Yeah, and I would just add, I don't really know the answer to your question. I think it's essentially about the attention economy, which is driven by algorithms that are supposed to reflect human nature, what we click on. Unfortunately, that seems to have found the lowest common denominator in many cases. Yeah. I think there are lots of proposals out there about ways to make the social media companies, the Googles, the Metas of the world, pay and have that that dividend go towards facts-based journalism.
Or how about just reforming Section 230?
Oh yes, you can reform. I mean, there are many different approaches to it. One of the things that we've proposed is a tax on advertising. The advertising money has gone away, and with a 1% tax on U.S. online digital advertising, yeah, you can generate $2 billion annually for a public interest media trust fund. At the moment, we're only allocating $530 to $550 million, or we were, through what was formerly, or will be soon be formally, the CPB. And so I think, well, I don't know the solution. I don't know how to get people to stop clicking on whatever it is they're clicking on. I think there is a way you can look at the industry and figure out through some sort of excise tax. We tax cigarettes, right, to help fund healthcare. Through some sort of excise tax to tax this attention economy to help benefit local journalism.
Wonderful. I think we are, go to this side now.
I'd like to probe you a little bit more about media capitulation. I'm no longer a practicing journalist, but it's still in my heart. I think we have a tendency to believe that, very rightly, the First Amendment is the lifeblood of our democracy, but we also have a tendency to believe that the First Amendment is the lifeblood of the media companies that employ us. And I guess I'd like to ask, are we wrong about that second part? If the First Amendment was gone tomorrow, would these media companies be threatened or endangered? Otherwise, why settle? Why capitulate? Why not defend?
Sure, I'm glad you asked the question. I did a review of the 35 most powerful media companies by size and influence, and looked at their degree of capitulation since the latest Trump election, and found that to varying degrees, all of them, with two exceptions, Bloomberg and Netflix, were capitulating to some degree. We rank them by chickens, by the way. If you were one chicken, you were vulnerable, and if you were 5 chickens, you were propaganda. We gave True Social 5 chickens, because it's owned by the president. And that is ongoing. But media capitulation, again, is a function of the degree of entanglements these companies have with political power and with the financial powers that be. And I think that what we need to, so they're all vulnerable to some degree. New York Times got one chicken, by the way. And I have to get back. I think the idea, the salvation is to try to build a more robust non-commercial media system. I don't think we need to take away commercial media by any means, but we just need an effective counterbalance that somewhat ensures there's some independence from those various political and financial pressures.
Yeah, the founders didn't define the press, right? And I think on the disheartening side, I love the question, are these media capitulator or corporate concentration? On the positive side is Wisconsin Watch. On the positive side is local news, nonprofit news, which has been vastly expanding, public media. You know, there's a lot on the positive side of the ledger. And these small, scrappy outlets also claim and do claim the mantle, with support from Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press, with support from many, many First Amendment lawyers, like Krista, you know, also can claim the protection of that First Amendment.
All right, our next question is Dee Hall, who was doing a little happy dance at the mention of Wisconsin Watch, since she was one of the founders.
Thanks for the double shout out. I really appreciate it. My husband and I founded Wisconsin Watch about 16 years ago. And now I'm the editor-in-chief of a climate newsroom, talk about jumping out of the pan and into the fire, a climate newsroom called Floodlight, very tiny.
Yep.
And what I'd like to know from you, if, to the best of your ability to tell folks, what is the funding landscape for small nonprofits, not public media, but small nonprofits like Wisconsin Watch, like Floodlight?
What's the funding landscape? Yeah, it's challenged right now. I mean, I can speak a little bit from my experience at the Texas Tribune, which had, you know, its annual budget's about $15 million a year, and that's a lot for a nonprofit newsroom, actually. ProPublica is substantially larger, but Cal Matters is around the same size, I believe. You know, what was strong about the model is that it was a revenue mix, right? So, you know, there were organizational sponsorships. You could call that advertising, but it was typically a sponsor package that includes live events. That was probably about 25% of revenue. There were probably another 30% from foundations and endowments and grants. And then a growing share from individual donors, north of 10, 15%. And then, of course, a live events program, right? And so I think that potential mix for and I think those are largely the major buckets for most nonprofit newsrooms. And so again, I go back to the fourth part of the ethical framework is that, you know, support local news. I mean, that is just the key right now, is that everyone, and I'm owner, if it's locally controlled and locally supplied, I'm indifferent to ownership. It can be a newspaper chain, it can be public media, it can be nonprofit media. The answer, as Keith said, is yes. It's a local.
Yeah, and I mean, the foundations, some are coming around now. You probably have heard of Press Forward, largely led by the McCarthy Foundation, but a consortium of philanthropists who are hoping to raise a good chunk of money to help fund the field. I don't think philanthropy is the only answer, and certainly if it were, we'd be in a problematic state. The other thing, as I mentioned earlier, is there is an appetite at the state level for lawmakers. I don't know the landscape in Wisconsin. We've just hired someone who's working in the state to figure these things out. But there is an appetite in local lawmakers, and not just Democrats, but across the political aisle, in doing something. And we found, interestingly, more in rural states, Republicans have a tendency to support non-commercial, independent local media. Some of the biggest funds, for state-level funds, for public interest media come out of states like Wyoming and Utah, because they realize that certain communities aren't feasible for commercial media outlets, so that they have to create some sort of option that will incentivize hyper-local, local groups to come in. So it is, as Sewell mentions, a mixture of philanthropy, policy, public support, And that formula has not been perfected yet. But I can say with a great deal of confidence, there is a lot of momentum moving in the right direction through philanthropy, through local policy.
Yep, thanks. I don't think we have any on that side. Maybe, yeah. Yep, time for 2 more questions, and then we'll have a break.
Hi. Thank you so much for your speech today. And you mentioned earlier about the importance of speaking the truth and also being able to be nonpartisan in your reporting. To share a very short story, I once had a conversation with someone I viewed as a parental figure, basically, and when I told them that I was studying to be a journalist, they said, "We want you to be independent, to not be able to capitulate to power." The irony was, this person not only listened to many right-wing podcasts and also was constantly making posts on Facebook saying how the AP is corrupt and just nothing but a talking dog for the Democratic Party. And this brings up, I think this brings up a very interesting question as to there's no lack of people who want independent journalism, but the problem comes when everyone has a different definition of independence. And it's and sometimes it's especially for I think I can speak for many students that when trying to figure out what is true independence, they're often with so many different voices and definitions of it, it's very easy to give into nihilism and just find it very hard to want to report at all.
Yeah, thank you. It's a really great question.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I want to offer a hopeful cast on that. When I was living in Texas, I was struck that you actually, if you talk to, let's say, historically neglected communities of color, and if you talk to people in rural and quite conservative areas, you often hear similar critiques. I'm not talking about the Fox News watchers who are obsessed with, media bias, like maybe the person you're talking about was. But when they talk about what's missing from the media, they often say voices and perspectives like mine. And so I want to go back actually to diversity, because I think diversity as truly applied by leaders like Keith has meant diversity in all forms. We need representation from the disability community, from veterans and former service members. We need people who grew up in communities of faith. We need people in journalism who grew up in deeply religious communities. We need people in newsrooms who came from small towns or from rural areas. And we need diversity of gender, race, sexuality, et cetera. And so I think when you think about diversity broadly applied to truly make the press more representative of the audiences we seek to serve, it actually becomes less of a left-right thing and more about how we nurture a more representative press so that people of all stripes can feel that their perspectives and worldviews are reflected in what they see and hear.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Yep. And Tim, did you want to weigh in on that, or do we have?
I would just, let's get to the next question so we get a chance. Is there one more?
There's one more over
Oh, it's
here.
over here.
Yep.
Okay.
Hi. So, Sewell, you spoke on how young journalists must be so excellent so as not to give anyone room to attack you, essentially. What can you say to young journalists who are concerned with uncertainties building in this field, who may already be facing some backlash from their community for their chosen study of journalism?
Yeah, oh my gosh, that's such a good question. A professor at University of Texas told me about a student who, when she told her family that she was studying journalism, the family member replied, "Oh, so you're studying how to tell lies." And wow, that broke my heart, right? But I think your question gets at that, and that is such an excellent question. I think that first of all, if we actually talk about what journalism's ideals are, most Americans still agree that journalism is important. When you point out that the press is the only private activity protected in the Constitution, right? Not the power to, build railroads or the power to, run utility companies. That's not mentioned in the First Amendment. The press is the only commercial or potentially commercial activity mentioned in the Constitution, I believe. There's still a lot of buy-in for that. Now, there's not buy-in on who produces great journalism now. And that's very unfortunate. The brands that I came up in, unfortunately, much of the country now won't read the New York Times. Just like most of the, it's a highly divided society. But I think that we respond as journalists by relying on the best exemplars of our profession and talking about the things that we can all agree on, which is we want legislative dollars to be spent effectively on health and education. We want major institutions like corporations, universities, and the government to be held accountable. We want to tell the stories that reflect our communities and all their richness and diversity and contradiction. And I think that appealing to those values rather than saying, one should read the AP. By the way, I love the AP. But I actually think we're at a level now where, in a way, everyone's become a media critic. And that's really hard because as a young journalist, you're facing so much pressure, right? But I think the response to that is also that everyone can become a media defender. And that's the summons and the challenge for our day.
Yeah, I just want to add.
Or journalism defender.
The journalists almost, baked into their DNA is this resistance to advocate for themselves. And it's rooted in ideas of objectivity and neutrality. But more and more, by circumstances, really, they're realizing that there's a need there. So there's a lot of really interesting work being done by a lot of the unions that represent journalism. But there's also, we started a Media Power Collaborative, which is a national network of independent news organizations, news sites, and journalists that have already written policy proposals that would help support the field. But there are networks out there. There are networks that are who believe, like you, that it is important work. It's not about telling lies. It's about telling the truth. And those networks exist. They're growing. We're gaining the ear of lawmakers and others. We're building support. Certainly, the last week has brought more people to this movement than any time I've seen in the 25 years I've been working on this. Wow. And so I would take faith in the activity that's going on, and if you're not a part of one of these organizations, that you should get involved.
Wonderful. And on that note, I want to thank our panelists, and I believe we are headed for a break. Is that right, Katie?
Yes, we are, but not without an apology first. I received a text from a dear friend who's watching online at UMass who alerted me that I called Tim Carr my friend Tim Franklin. I'm so sorry. He was like, yeah, you're referring to the wrong guy. I'm like, oh, yeah. Sorry, little senior moment there for me. But I do want to thank all of you, and I do want to reinforce that last point to all of the students in the room. When I said I was changing my major to journalism, my mom didn't say, so you're going to tell lies. She said, you can't write. So there was that. I actually mentioned that in her eulogy as my attempt to prove her wrong. But I will say this, it's not easy. It's not easy work. One of the things that we try to do here in this program and through this center is give you the sort of buttressing you need to pursue your purpose in this field, to be here, to pick up the phone or to answer a text when you need, when you're questioning, when you're going home for Thanksgiving and you're going to face some of that critique. I have felt a tremendous calling in teaching, but I also felt a tremendous calling in journalism. You find such reward in doing that service, in serving that public interest. And is it easy? No. But my brother, the attorney, says, well, at least not everybody's telling jokes about you all the time. So I suppose, Krista, you can back that up. So again, thank you to our panel. We're going to be back here promptly at 11:10 to start our next panel.
I love the work MPC is doing.
he is. Oh, there he is. Okay, everybody, if you'd like to retake your seats, we're going to get going with our next panel. Wow, you quieted down way faster than undergrads do. So I'm delighted to kick off our next panel, which is Spin, Lies, and Disappearing Data. We're going to dig in here to the many challenges that reporters face at the local, regional, national, international level. There's our title right up there. Because we're losing access. We're losing freedom of information request officers, all sorts of barriers. And so our panel is going to discuss all of that. We'll also have room for questions at the end as well. So get those questions rolling in your minds. Our session today our panel right now is moderated by Tamia Folks. Tamia is on the public investigator team at the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, and she's also a multimedia journalist there and a proud graduate of the School of Journalism and Mass Communication, and also one of my favorite people. David Barenthal also joins us, an investigative reporter for the New York Times, and Phoebe Petrovic, senior democracy researcher for Documented. So Tamia, take it away.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Katie. And I have to say, I was graduating in this room 3 years ago, so it is a huge honor to be here and to be a part of this conversation today about spin, lies, and disappearing data. To start, I would love to just ask Phoebe and David to introduce yourselves and tell us maybe what you're working on right now, what's occupying your attention, because there's so much to talk about. So.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. So I'm new in my role. I, for a long time, was at Wisconsin Watch with the esteemed Dee Hall as an investigative reporter, was on the disinformation beat for a while that was partially subsidized by a grant for the UWJ school to study disinformation that ran into some problems when the federal government was investigating weaponized information a little bit ago, and was with ProPublica for a while as a fellow. So my background is in extremism, threats to democracy, specifically focused on attacks on LGBTQ folks. And so now at Documented, I'm doing that on a national scale, looking at the coordinated attacks against LGBTQ communities. There's obviously a lot of that going on right now. So got a lot of irons in the fire trying to track it all, make sense of it all, uncover the coordination so that people understand, that this isn't just emerging out of nowhere.
Yeah, David.
I'm a reporter for the New York Times. I write about nonprofits, and so often that means I write about nonprofits that are doing the wrong thing. But right now I'm working on a couple different tracks. One of them, obviously, we've seen in the last few days, the Trump administration has targeted George Soros' Open Society Foundation and possibly other liberal nonprofits for supposedly supporting terrorism. So I'm part of a team of people that's writing about both what exactly the allegations are and what the reality is behind them, and also how those groups are responding. In broader terms, one of the things I'm really interested in this fall when writing about nonprofits is the liberal nonprofits that were sort of the bulwarks of the resistance against Trump last time. And in the first Trump term, many of them are weaker now and less able to resist him. And in part, that's sometimes because they've been targeted by the Trump administration, but it's also sometimes the result of decisions that they made, that they ended up fighting each other over sort of definitions of what is progressive and who is progressive enough, that they entered this second Trump term weaker and more divided than they were last time.
Definitely. Thank you both so much. And I think I would love to start, David, maybe just by rewinding to the spring. You did some work earlier this year with the New York Times Upshot team looking at Doge cuts and also their wall of receipts, tracking some of the savings that they had claimed that American taxpayers would save having all of these government cuts. And I'm wondering if you can take us all there to that collection of all of those government contracts and receipts and trying to align whether or not that data was accurate. I think one of the parts of this conversation that we really want to drive through today is when fact-checking works and how to do that. So could you give us kind of a look into how you did that reporting?
The thing we started with was something called the wall of receipts that the Doge put out starting in February, describing what they said was a list of all the government contracts they had cut, how much money they had saved by cutting them, and then kind of this big picture number. Elon Musk had originally said they could save $2 trillion, and so this was sort of a counter that supposedly would go up to $2 trillion. And so one early sign that this was not as it seemed was that the largest, or on the original list that they put out, the largest contract, the largest savings was $8 billion, and they said they'd saved by cutting a contract at ICE. It turned out that was actually a misprint. It was $8 million. But the fact that they made that error shows you two things. First, that they were careless and didn't check to make sure they had the right number of zeros, but also they weren't really looking at it because the entire budget for ICE at that time was about $8 billion. So to believe that this was accurate, you would have to think that all of ICE's money had been given to one contractor and that the contract had now been cut, which I think would raise a lot more questions. So what we tried to do was be systematic about fact-checking the rest of what they'd claimed. And so what we did was download all the claims they had made into a spreadsheet that we could more easily look at, and then basically just sort them to the largest and start calling the contractors behind the largest contracts and saying, hey, Doge says they saved $2 billion by cutting your contract. Is that right? And often they would say, no, it's not right. That contract ended 5 years ago, or that contract was only for $200,000. And what we started to find by looking at just the largest contracts was that the people who were at Doge really didn't know how federal contracts worked. They didn't know how to read a federal contract. They didn't understand the things that they were cutting, which was an important thing to know about Doge, because at the time, you probably remember, their value proposition was, we know better. We know the federal government better. We've learned it better in the last 5 days than all these other idiots who've been here for years. And now we're going to cut it in a way that other people could never cut because they weren't smart enough and they didn't understand it like we do. And so what we found was they didn't understand really even the basics of what they were looking at and what they were cutting. So we did a couple things on that I think are helpful in talking about how to build an audience and how to fact check something in real time. One was we didn't try to save it all for one long story at the end. When we got a chunk of data, we sort of found one aspect that we reported out. We wrote that story. We put out a video about it. We put it out there, even though we hadn't looked at all 10,000 contracts. When we knew, for instance, wow, of the top 10 contracts, 6 are wrong. That's enough. We're going to write a story that says that. And that does two things. One, it gets people's attention. It also establishes you as the person that's covering this, that you're the expert on this. And that draws in sources, experts, other people would call us and say, hey, I really know federal contracts. You should look at contract number 412. It's wrong in the following ways. So we started to get feedback from that and also to build an audience. That was important. We did that again and again and again. And when they would respond to the things we did by deleting contracts, we'd write about that. It was important just to have that drumbeat of stories, because there's so much news going on, and this is such a complicated topic that you want to give yourself every possible chance to grab people's attention and to sort of build on that attention with one story after the other.
Definitely, and I think you can both probably speak to this next question, but Doge cuts obviously brought upon the firing of dozens and hundreds of government employees, and that as a result has of course impacted journalism, because many people that were fired were FOIA officers, people who respond to public records requests. And I'm wondering if, Phoebe, you could start by maybe talking about how you experience this on a local level. I think, a lot of the stories that we look at are talking about, hundreds of thousands of federal dollars, but locally that trickle-down effect is really impactful as well. So can you speak to how you translated that into your reporting?
Yeah, so it's, I was working on something slightly different at the time, but what I saw from my colleagues was just trying to get in contact with the people that you have, in all these different agencies, local agencies, and just shaking the trees, because a lot of times things would happen and people were scared, and their first instinct wasn't to go to the media and have someone write a front page story about it. And so constantly being in touch with sources and saying, hey, how are you doing? What are you hearing? Here's my number, pass it around. If anyone wants to talk to me, I'm here. Was a good way of helping people realize that there actually could potentially be some benefit in talking to the media about this. I was at some press event for Tammy Baldwin I can't even remember for what at the time, but it was like at a moment where they, earlier in the spring, where the Trump administration had been talking about potentially cutting biomedical research funding, and the university was really concerned about that. It just, it brought to top of mind for everyone how things that go on in Washington that you might want to ignore really do affect everyone across the country, particularly when you think about how many people are employed by the university and how many public goods and services it provides. The stuff that I was doing was less about contracts, but same thing, looking around, realizing that so many gender clinics were stopping their care or quietly rolling it back for transgender youth because of the moves of the Trump administration. I was just in contact with sources. We hadn't heard anything in Wisconsin, but I was like, there's got to be something happening in Wisconsin, particularly because of the purple nature of politics here. And so I reached out to sources and, in fact, connected with family members who it actually, sometimes this is just what happens. That very day, this mother had her appointment for her young child canceled. They had been waiting for this appointment at the gender clinic for several months and were devastated. We were able to break that story that the hospital had closed, quietly started canceling appointments. And then the next day, they reopened, or they rescheduled that appointment. And so a lot of this is just sort of the typical journalistic digging and driving of not waiting for a press release, but just trying to figure out what is happening, what do these organizations. I'm rambling here, but there's two sides to this, right? There's some organizations or some people really want the public to know what is happening and how their lives are being affected. And then there might be institutions who are trying to protect themselves and don't want the public to know about it. And so there's a role for journalists in both of those situations.
Absolutely, and I love that you bring that up. I'm wondering too, obviously we talk a lot about how journalism can be a two-way conversation. We're waiting for people to bring us information, but also, trying to go out and find it ourselves. Who do you go to when you can't get the document that you need, or when the record that you're waiting for is taken months to arrive? Is there anything that you particularly look for from sources that's beneficial for your reporting, and also where do you go first to figure that out?
It totally depends. But one of the things that I've been doing lately is speaking to people who were in previous administrations, previously civil servants, who might be able to tell me, this is really the document that you need, or this is really the organization or the department that you should be searching for. These are the political appointees that might not have the brand name, but that are the ones that really are the keeper of the keys of the information, the chief of staff, some assistant. And then figuring out from there, okay, this is the targeted FOIA that I can send. But one of the things I'm sure that David is experiencing, and now that I'm doing national work, these administrations or these agencies, they've either gutted their FOIA departments, or they're saying, if you don't respond within I think it's at the Department of Education, if you don't respond to their response within 3 days or something, they consider your request closed. And so you have to be really on top of all that stuff. So it's a really different environment.
Yeah. David, for you?
That's right. It's always important, but especially important now, to think of FOIA as not just a one-time process, but as an active process. So when I send out FOIAs, I have a spreadsheet. I put all my FOIAs in, what date I sent them in, who responded, what did they say, and then you can go back to people and harass them. To not just think about that
nicely.
Nicely, but not just to think about I sent my FOIA in and I'm going to now expect it to come back at whatever the time frame is. A lot of times that's a system that can be prodded and massaged and threatened, and you can find ways to sort of make that system work faster just by being a pest. And I think, and also by, as Phoebe said, thinking about other agencies that might have a copy of the same document, but might feel less attached to it. So I think that's important to think about the FOIA as an active process rather than a passive one.
Absolutely, and I think right now we're existing in a very new, but it's always been bubbling this way, ecosystem where a lot of people are on social media and getting their news there, and there's a lot of spread of misinformation and disinformation. I'm wondering, for you as journalists, how you're handling maybe people not always reading the full story, and if there's a new approach that needs to be taken to making sure that we attack that information, right away and get people the correct information.
Oh, it's so hard. It's really hard. I think that, to me, you've actually done a really fantastic job of this with the multimedia approach at the Journal Sentinel. That's not something, Wisconsin Watch is leaning into that now, but that's not something that we historically did. But, you know, trying to meet audiences where they are on social media. You know, I think of my sister who's like a young mother in kind of rural Wisconsin who isn't reading the news outlets that I'm reading, but she's still, you know, wants to be an engaged person, cares about her community. She's on TikTok. So that's probably where she's going to get her information. And so I think that you in particular and the work of your team is a really good way of getting that information out. Sometimes it's not advised, but sometimes I would respond to people and say like, hey, just read the story. It works sometimes, it mostly doesn't work. And then the other thing that I was thinking about a lot doing the disinformation work is presenting the information in a way that audiences who have short attention spans are interacting with the truth first and not the myth. So we do something called a truth sandwich. So you state the fact, then you come in with, the administration official says this thing that is wrong, or there's this piece of information. They're saying the shooter is trans, but they're not. And then you come out and you restate the fact rather than leading with so-and-so is saying this thing that is wrong, because what you're hearing is, oh, so-and-so says this thing. And like, that's the little worm that sticks in your brain.
I think that's absolutely right. To me, the two other ways to deal with this are, as I was saying earlier, to give people as many chances as you can to grab, and whether that's as many stories as you can write, as many social media posts as you can make, give people as many chances as you can to grab onto the story, because sometimes one little piece of it goes extremely viral. It's not the most important, it's not the longest, it's not the thing you work the hardest on, but sometimes just the combination of the headline and the day and whatever else is going on, one little piece of the story will take off, and then people will go back and read the rest of it. And the other is, as y'all were saying, to meet people where they are. We've done a lot of reporter videos on TikTok and Instagram where it's just me talking to the camera for 2 minutes or 3 minutes about the story we've written, and those will often reach like many, many multiples times more people than the actual story. Even a well-read story doesn't reach nearly as many people as those videos do, and that's great. That means people are getting the same information. They're learning the same thing just in a different medium. So I want to do more of those.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's really remarkable about both of your reporting is the consistency and the way that you kind of pull people back in. You say, we've written about this in the past and we're, bringing you back to how it's impacted people now. And I think back to your reporting on the Donald J. Trump Foundation back in 2017 and how I was rereading those stories this weekend, and there are always, graphs that pop out where I'm like, oh, I recognize that name. I've seen this person before, and there are months between these stories, but that's what really makes me remember or stick with that information. And I'm wondering how, in a landscape where it feels so chaotic and there's a wild news item every single day, how you get people to, again, like come back and recognize the, I guess, benefit of that consistency or stick with that reporting and make it last.
Well, one of the ththings I've tried to do in both on Twitter, when Twitter was more useful, and now on TikTok and Instagram, is to give people sort of a consistent visual. You want to have something where people, as they scroll by in the infinite scroll, they see something, go, oh yeah, I've seen that. Like when in 2016, when I was writing about Trump, I had this notebook where I was writing down sort of the results of my reporting into his charitable giving or lack thereof. And it looked unusual. It was a yellow notepad. It stood out among everything else that you saw on your feed. And you go, oh yeah, it's the notebook guy. Like, he has a new thing. Or like, you're reminded of it. And similarly now with these reporter videos, like I look, it's me talking to the camera. They look the same, but you can go, oh yeah, I've seen that guy before. Does he have something new? Even at that most basic level, to give people sort of an anchor, a visual anchor that you're doing this job. They've seen you before. And if they like what they're finding, they can go back and see you doing it again. So, I think even something as simple as that catches people's attention and the scroll is helpful.
Yeah, and Phoebe, I'm wondering too if we can talk a little bit about extremism. You talked about that being a major part of your reporting, and I thought there was a student in here earlier who asked a really great question about, what do you do when people's definition of truth or like where accuracy lies is different? And I'm wondering if you could share a little bit about what you've learned from your reporting or how we can meet that readers at that point.
Yeah, it's so challenging. One of the things that I think about a lot is that we're at a journalism ethics conference and we're talking about journalism as if it's this one monolithic thing. And there's different types of journalism that serves different audiences, that has different purposes. And so working at Wisconsin Watch, which is a public interest accountability nonprofit, but the origins of it, particularly when I was there, was as an investigative outlet. And so the investigative reporting that you're going to do has a different like ethos and mission or point, I think, than you know, the community journalism that we were talking about, or that folks were talking about at the other panel, which is like hearing from your neighbors, you know, shining a light on what's happening in your community, building sort of solidarity and a robust sort of civic life. And so one of the challenges that I was dealing with or thinking about constantly is like, what is the purpose of this journalism? Who is it serving? You know, is it to shine a light on the bad actions of particular people in power, or is it to, you know, provide sort of a buy-in for people to understand what's going on? And so it totally changes, but I do think that typically an extremism reporter, an investigative reporter, the mandate is less of like, here, let me bring you in, random person on the street, to like understand, you know, how we're going to get through this together. But instead, like, this is a bad thing that's happening. So that it's, yeah, I think that the purpose and the audience kind of depends. But for example, unfortunately, there was a horrific school shooting in Madison last year, which many of us were touched by. And so one of the things that came out of that, my reporting on that, was, you know, understanding that the perpetrator of the shooting had been radicalized by online extremist networks that you got into through like Roblox and Discord and things that people in the community, you know, that kids are just on. And so that was like, I think, a rare bright light in my extremism reporting, despite the topic, where we used it as an opportunity to try to do some solutions reporting and talk about, through a public event, like how can parents try to keep their kids safe and engaged. And so I think pairing opportunities like that to say, like, at the end of the day, we're all human. You know, we hope we have some shared values, I think can be useful. But I'll be honest, I really struggle with it. It's really hard. Things are, I think, fractured in an unprecedented level. And our information is mediated by by algorithms that are controlled and created by people with particular biases. And there's a massive financial incentive there. And so on my darkest days, I find it hard to hope that like one journalist trying to make a difference is really going to fight against the tides of these massive algorithms. And I think that we have to kind of be aware of like, that's something we can do the best work in the world, but we're putting it out on these platforms that are controlled by a particular project. And so, yeah, it's not just all on us and like doing the best journalism, but there's probably some platform regulation or divestment or things like that.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think one of the things that you bring up that's really interesting is, you know, how hard it is to get everyone when everyone's algorithm is different. And I wonder if there's any approach to your journalism that has shifted to connect with people, I guess, in person more, or to really like cement those connections so that there is trust, at least with you as a reporter, to get those stories out.
I feel like one of the benefits, I mean, Phoebe described all the downsides of the social media world we live in. One of the benefits is that it enables you as an individual to build a connection with readers, that readers feel like they know you, know what you do, you know, and you can use that to try to build trust in you and then through you, the institution you work for. So one of the things I've tried to do over the years is to show people sort of the steps I'm taking to try to get to the truth, and sometimes how hard that is, but then, you know, if we get around it, how we got around it. And that is everything from, you know, if I ask somebody for comment, this used to happen a lot with when I covered Trump. If you ask the Trump organization for comment and they wouldn't respond, you know, you'd put in the story they didn't respond to requests for comment. But I think when readers read that, they think that what you said was what they see in movies, which is you ran up to them and said, hey, do you have any comment? They think that's the question. Do you have any comment? Rather than like, you know, we've sent them, you know, 12 findings from our investigation for that they could challenge any of those. And we sent them 20 questions for them to explain all these individual points. So they knew what we were going to say, and we gave them all these different ways to sort of explain themselves and tell their side of the story. I would take those questions and put them on Twitter and say, look, here's what we asked, and they didn't respond. And people really responded to that. People really like that. And I think also showing, if you can, trying to use those social media networks as a way to like ask people for help, to show them what you've done, and then say like, hey, I've done all this stuff, I've written this story, but there's still this thing missing. Can anybody help? To create that sort of personal connection with you and belief, and sort of you can show them that you're doing all this work to try to get both sides of the story. It's not a cure-all, obviously, but I find that it both builds an audience and also does give people a little more reason to trust you, because they, things that we take for granted about the way journalism works and the efforts we go to tell both sides, I don't think sometimes people know what that really looks like and how thorough it is.
Definitely. I think before we jump into Q&A, I would love to go back to what you mentioned a little bit earlier about looking into some of the nonprofit organizations that in, let's say, 2017 or 2016, people looked to as a defense against some of the more aggressive actions of government to, protect free speech or ensure that certain rights were being maintained. And I'm wondering if you can maybe offer some perspective on why those organizations might not be as strong in this landscape, and also like then what we do as journalists to be that defense against.
It is a really interesting moment. I mean, so there's a lot of groups you could pick that would encapsulate this. One of the best ones is the ACLU. I think a lot of people are familiar with their general arc, that they used to be sort of a broader defensive free speech organization. If Nazis want to march in Illinois, the ACLU would defend them. Under Trump's first term, they became pretty much a progressive organization. They focused on progressive causes. They fought for liberal causes. Those were the kinds of cases that they took, and it like a lot of these groups, it produced in the short term great results. They got a lot of money, they got a lot of support, they got a lot of people. The problem with that was that once you take a side, even if you believe that is the right side, you're not defending both sides. In this case, they're not defending everyone's free speech. Then you have less credibility going forward. You can't use that credibility that you had before to say, look, I defend both sides, but I think this is beyond the pale. Now they just see you as identical to a million other liberal groups, that you're speaking for a political ideology rather than some sort of broader cause. And a lot of groups have dealt with that to one degree or another, that under Trump 1 and under Biden, they became sort of broadly progressive instead of focusing on their thing. And so now they don't have their own coalition. They don't have their own set of people who are not lined up exactly with the Democratic Party or the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. And so donors see them as sort of equal to a bunch of other places. They don't have their own distinct identity. And it also means that if you do that, you're sort of beholden to everybody else's, if you say we're going to defend free speech, but also the broader progressive project, then if somebody over here has an opinion about what that progressive project is, you have to decide whether you're going to accept it or not. So then you have these groups who are like, we're going to save the climate, but we also have this opinion about Israel. We're going to save the climate, but we also have this opinion about Black Lives Matter. And you end up being sort of interchangeable and also getting rid of the broader coalitions that backed you in the past. And I think now those groups are finding, we sort of hitched our wagon to a political group, to somebody else's ideology, and now we are bearing the brunt of these decisions we didn't make. The one I'm working on now is a really fascinating organization. Unfortunately, I can't tell you because I'm not done. But they set out to become wider, stronger, bigger, more welcoming. That was the idea behind their outreach in the beginning. And because of this definition of what wider meant, it meant adopting sort of a very rigid progressive ideology. Now they're smaller, they're weaker, they have less money. And a lot of groups have gone through that same evolution where they've lost their distinctive identity, distinctive donor base, and now they come in weaker.
Definitely. And I would love to ask you both, because this is something that I hear all the time from my friends, from, just people out in the world who say, I can't engage with journalism right now because it's stressing me out. Like, I'm overwhelmed by the notifications on my phone. This is scary. Like, I don't know how to deal with this. And I'm wondering, as two people entrenched in this work and, sitting with these stories every single day, what makes it perhaps not scary for you or critical to cover? And maybe if you could offer any tips to, the average news consumer who might not want to engage right now or feels overwhelmed, and maybe what some of the remedies to that are. And then I would also love to welcome people to walk up and line up for Q&A.
Yeah, part of it's really hard. I'm a queer person. My partner is trans, and every day I look at and listen to people who do not think that we should exist or have rights, and it gets to you. One of the things I'll come back to your question, but thinking more about, how do we deal with people who have different conceptions of truth? One of the things that I think is important for particular news organizations to do is be like, look, we're not going to pick a political side, but we do have a set of values, right? So like as a queer person, I was reporting on, coverage of queer and trans people or attacks on these folks. And I wasn't saying, I wasn't advocating for particular policy prescriptions, but I was like, queer and trans people are people, and they do deserve equal rights, and I'm not going to budge on that. And so, like, being clear about values, I think, is really important. And so, there was an executive order that came down yesterday that said, that anti-fascism is like a threat to the administration. But I do think that we should be clear about, like, that journalism is if it's an integral part of democracy and a free society, then we should be strong in our values of like equal participation for all, pluralistic democracy, things like that. And it's okay to say like those are our values, that we do sort of envision a political project in which everyone can participate, and that we're not excluding people. And so I think it is those values that do kind of keep me in the work and keep me inspired. It's like, I do really believe in everyone being able to participate and have a say and being free and being fulfilled and being able to live the life that they want to live without hurting other people. And one of the ways that we do that and we learn about other people and connect with other people is through journalism. And so even if it's like staring into the abyss, hopefully the journalism is furthering that project. And so I think it's tough because I think the journalism that I do, which is like really hard or just like grim topic investigative reporting, is like not necessarily the stuff that I would send people to be inspired or participate. I think someone has to do it. But I think, encouraging people to like support a local organization or news organization that they love that's doing interesting stuff. There's a lot of really cool worker-owned, like cooperative, nonprofit news organizations right now. Hellgate is a really good example. I think, sending people to that sort of thing and getting a nice variety of stuff is really important. And I think also like viewing it as like this is a civic project that we're all engaging in, that we all have a stake in, and thinking about it. Maybe I'm just weird, but I think for me, it's like thinking about it on those like existential terms kind of helps. Like, it's like, okay, it's worth it because it really is about whether or not like we can all participate and have equal rights. And so it's worth engaging and supporting.
It is a really hard time, I think, for readers because even compared to Trump 1, because in Trump 1, it felt like there were more checks on Trump's power, there were more people pushing back. It was more of a two-sided story, and now I think people read it and just think, oh, Trump won again, oh, Trump won again, Trump did what he wanted. The institutions that resisted him either are more in his favor, like the Supreme Court, or they're not as strong. So, and the Democratic Party is sort of disorganized. There's not as many sort of back and forths, and if you don't like Trump, there's really not much encouraging news coming out of that. And I think it's important for us to remember two things. One is, I think Phoebe was saying about this too, like, it's not my job to fight Donald Trump, right? It's not my job to make the Democratic Party effective. It's not my job to get Democrats elected. It's not my job to do anything to like build the political opposition to Donald Trump. If that happens, it happens. But I can't think of my job as like I have to be the resistance, or I have to build the resistance, because I would be very bad at that. But also like that is like another part of our system is to people who oppose Trump politically. And it's not me. Like, I have enough to just do my job, which is to tell people what's happening. And I think that's really important to do that job. Nobody else is going to do it but us, to tell people what's actually happening. And so we have to do that regardless of what political outcome it produces, or even if it produces no political outcome. But I think like the question of how do you stay focused on that day to day is to try to think about like, the victory for me is not, Democrat wins an election. The victory for me is like, I find something somebody is trying to hide. I go out and find something that, I make somebody who's lying about something tell the truth. Those are the victories that I look for, and I try to create. So, if readers want to read about a win or see some sort of sign that not everything is, being steamrolled, like that's the kind of victory I want to show. Is somebody admits they were lying, somebody tells the truth, rather than like, a Democrat wins.
For sure, and it's such great work that both of you do, and I know I sit down at least for like 2 hours and read stories every single day, and I feel like I walk away from them all the time thinking, wow, like that's such a wonderful thing that I learned something new, and that something that might have been concealed from me before is now unveiled. So that's always exciting. And I want to make sure we don't have any questions. We have a question? Okay.
I have a question that comes out of what David was saying about the wall of receipts and trying to track down what was happening with Doge. I'm Jeff, and I've been a reporter for a long time, and I was thinking back to 2016. I was doing a story for The Guardian about tech companies and what kind of donations they were making, and also what they cared about, what kind of lobbying they were doing. And I went to the Center for Responsive Politics, and they pulled together a lot of documents that was based on publicly available information. And I was thinking, well, if I was trying to write that story today, what sources of government information could I actually trust? But I started thinking about what's happened with the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And no, we don't like that jobs data. That's going away. We're going to have somebody else do that. We want better data that reflects positively on us. So at what point do we start thinking, well, can I really trust this data? And what do we do about that?
I don't feel like we are at that point yet. I have not seen, obviously Trump did fire the head of the BLS for producing numbers he didn't like. And this is not my opinion, this comes from people who actually know this much better than I do. We haven't seen any evidence that so far that they are fudging the numbers in response. So that we haven't seen any evidence that the government is putting out data that used to be trustworthy and is now not trustworthy. I'm not saying that won't happen. It seems like what Trump wants is the numbers to be good for him, not for it to be accurate. I haven't seen any evidence that happens yet. But I do think we need to be ready for that. And part of that is to try to find other sources, other people who are watching the same things, other people who are outside government who would have sort of a view, even if it's not as detailed, into the same information. So I think that is important to try to find, okay, who are the people who would compile an external version of whatever this data is if the government data goes bad, and to watch those two things to see if they're ever out of sync, to know maybe that's the sign the government data is wrong. We haven't gotten there yet, but I think we need to be prepared.
And the only thing I'll add to that is that there are examples and models to follow in that particular thing. So one particular example is that there are independent groups that are tracking COVID levels in wastewater when the government stopped, reporting case counts. And so that was a way. You see, I'm wearing COVID mask today. And so that's so this was a really useful tool for public health journalists, COVID-conscious people, COVID activists, to get a sense of what the actual reality was on the ground when that federal monitoring wasn't happening. So I think always looking to history, looking to where has someone else dealt with this problem before and problem solved, is a helpful way to sort of figure out how to move forward. And it's also part of that being prepared is doing homework and asking, okay, how have other groups responded to this successfully? What are the strategies that we can take on?
Hello. Both of you had spoken to finding better ways to connect with your audience and readers, especially through social media, to build trust over time. So with that in mind, as a journalist, what is something you've learned from the ways that currently people obtain their information, especially through what have you learned that made you a better journalist without compromising your ethics? That, especially if you've learned anything from content creators, or it gets a bad term, but influencers, is there something that we can learn from the way in which they approach their audiences?
Yeah, totally. And my bias or handicap here is that being in front of a camera is so not my thing, and being on social media and engaging is so not my thing. But it's an increasingly important part of the job, and I think the journalism is best when it's played as a team sport. And so one of the things is, even if I'm not the one who really wants to go on camera, having people in the newsroom like Tamia who are really good at it, and sharing their colleagues' work is a really effective tool. I think one of the things I really learned, I haven't implemented it in my own work, but I really admired, was the way that David was engaging and sort of posting, sort of sharing the stuff that is behind the curtain that the public doesn't really get to see about our process. Sometimes we elucidate that in Wisconsin Watch has a really detailed fact-checking process, and we talk about that on our website. But not everyone's going to go and read that. And so if we can do a thread that's these are all of the ways that I fact check this story. Look at my, my document that every single thing is highlighted because there's a fact for every single thing. These were the questions that I asked the subject of my story, and this is the response they gave that is like maybe sanitized in the story as didn't respond to the questions posed, but in actuality was something totally bonkers, like calling you names and things like that. I think sort of sharing that can be really useful. And it's something that I have to remind myself to do because it's another part of the job. I think there's so many additional tasks beyond just reporting the story and getting it out there. There's a lot of extra work that's involved now, like that might have been done by an audience team previously or a multimedia team, and now you kind of have to be like a one-stop shop. So it takes a lot of work, but it's a good thing to remember.
Other thing is just to remember, if you're going to try to do this as part of a social media platform, that like your one thing you can learn from influencers, I guess, is like your social media feed has to just be about this. Like I don't ever post pictures of my family or my vacations or my opinions about anything else. It's just about this one part of my life, which is like the persona I have as a journalist and the things I do as a journalist. So if you scroll by, you will never see me, water skiing or whatever. Like, it's never anything but that, but this job and this sort of like joyful, questioning persona that I want to show the world. I just want to have it be that and that alone.
Yeah, and I think I'll jump out of my moderator seat just for a moment to add, because I make a lot of TikToks. But I think that one of the things that our readers love to see is the process of the reporting, which I think Phoebe was saying. And sometimes, I'll be talking to my editor and I'll be like, I sent this email 3 times, and it's something that we kind of like throw away. But I think that readers love to hear that you were really persistent in trying to connect with someone and to get answers for them. And a lot of my work focuses on community, on resolving issues for people. And I think people like to see journalists especially go to bat for them, not in an advocacy way, but just to say, like what is happening here, what's going on. And the great thing about social media and a video to explain that is that I think people are willing to sit around a little bit more and listen to how you got to that endpoint of a successful investigation or story if you, walk them through the entire process. We have a question over here. Mm-hmm. Mic check. Okay, live, laugh, love journalism, am I right? Okay, great panel. I love that we talked about diversity. Now we're talking about data, so my question is gonna kind of fuse the two. How do you navigate and balance reporting on, I'm gonna say it's like systemically silenced people, LGBTQ people, people who might be immigrants, people who are of color, and utilizing and strengthening the data while also building trust with sources and not othering them at the same time?
Angiana was my intern at Wisconsin Watch for the podcast too. Hello. Yeah, I feel, I'm so sorry. Every response to these questions starts with, it's really hard, but it is really hard. One of the things that I do, particularly in reporting on LGBTQ communities, is that I'm really clear about my positionality and where I'm coming from, and that helps build trust. That's not, there's a flip side to that, which is that I've had instances where certainly antagonistic subjects of reporting will say, well, she's really biased and she's an activist and you can't trust her just because I'm queer. Or, even editors saying, like, should you really be covering this? But it does mean that there is like, there's a sensitivity, there's a knowledge base, and that helps you sort of connect with people. But it's obviously more of a challenge when you are reporting on a community that you're not intimately connected with, and then it's just meeting someone on an individual human level. And I think also being really frank about, hearing. One of the things I really like to do is ask people about their past experiences with media, or their perceptions of media, and understanding their past experiences with it, so you understand like how they might be. What they're bringing into this conversation, what assumptions they have about this field. You can then learn like what are the mistakes other people have made, so you don't repeat those mistakes. And then I always try to be extremely clear about the process in anyone that I talk to. Like, okay, I'm a journalist, so that means this. Like, this is my role. This is the process that we're going to get into. I'm going to ask you a lot of questions. You can decide, like, we're going to talk about, I'm going to define off the record, on background, on the record. I'm going to explain where the story is going to be published, and how I can't control what happens after that, how it might show up in other news outlets. It might not just be Wisconsin Watch. So kind of walking someone through that entire process and be like, this is why I'm asking these questions. We're going to talk for a really long time, and it might be that like there's a couple of quotes in the story, and you might be like, what the hell? What the heck? I spoke to you for so long, and there's only three quotes in the story or a sentence, and like explaining that up front so someone doesn't feel like jilted, like you sort of betrayed me. And then particularly with the importance of like fact checking and documentation stuff, like I'm gonna have to talk to other people about this. You've made this allegation about this person, I'm gonna have to go talk to them about it. These are the types of things that I might ask, so you have to be prepared. And you can decide whether or not you actually want to talk to me, like ultimately. So being transparent about the process, really bringing people into it and showing and providing agency too, so that they can decide like, I don't want to talk to you about this thing, or I don't want to proceed down this way, or actually, you know what? Hearing all that it is going to take, I don't want to participate in that story, and then just being okay with that, I think, is really important. Now, obviously, this is, when you're talking with people who aren't used to the media, who aren't public figures or people of, in positions of authority, I'm not having this exhaustive conversation with a comms person or a politician. Like they know what they've gotten themselves into, and it's a different rule. But I think for these groups that are not used to speaking to the media, that can be a really sort of reparative, collaborative process.
If I think we're at time, if we have one more question, or is there? Okay, great. Okay, I think we're at time. Thank you all so much for listening. This was such a informative panel, so thank you.
Thank you so much to this wonderful panel, and I am going to give an extra shout out to Mia's work in explaining the process of journalism and what we do. Go and search for what happens when you get interviewed by a journalist. It's something that every news organization, well, you could share that one, or you could copy it, because it really gives people. It's hard to be interviewed. It's hard to get swept up in news, and it gives people some really fantastic insights. So again, thank you to the panel. We're going to break for lunch, so we head out that way. There's some wonderful tables out in the atrium area, and then we will be back here promptly, says the professor, or I will give a pop quiz at 1 o'clock for our panel on how to build an audience for the truth. I'm going to tell my chatty board members to get back to their seats. All right, I am so excited to be back here for our fantastic keynote conversation between Jessica Yellin and Kara Swisher. We're talking about how to build an audience for the truth. Jessica Yellin is the founder of News Not Noise, a Webby Award-winning independent news brand. It's got over 1.3 million subscribers and followers across digital media, and those folks rely on Jessica and News Not Noise for trusted information as they try to manage the information overload that we all face and that we've been talking about all day. She's the former former chief White House correspondent for CNN and an Emmy, Peabody, and Gracie award-winning political correspondent for ABC, MSNBC, and CNN. Her novel, Savage News, is available from HarperCollins. She is also a dear, dear friend of a graduate of our program and supporter of the Center for Journalism Ethics, Ali Zelenko. And then, in conversation with Jessica, is Kara Swisher, host of On with Kara Swisher and co-host of the Pivot podcast, which, if you listened this morning, you'll find out is ranked 23rd in the world. Yeah, woohoo! Kara is also editor-at-large of New York. She's also editor-at-large at New York Magazine and a CNN contributor. Considered the top reporter in the tech game, Kara has been reporting on the industry since the early 1990s, which is when I first started following her. Actually, I don't think we called it following back then. This is when I first started reading Kara Swisher. Once called Silicon Valley's most feared but revered journalist, Kara has unrivaled access to the industry's most significant leaders. She's the author of a fantastic book, I can attest, Burn Book, A Tech Love Story. I couldn't put it down. As a thoroughly unapologetic fan of Kara's, I have to share with you that when I told my daughter yesterday that Kara Swisher would be at my conference today, she said, "Geez, Mom, try to be normal." I'll turn it over to you, Kara.
Great, thank you. How's it going with the normal? You seem perfect. As long as you don't run at me. She was referencing today. I nearly ran over a Pivot fan yesterday in my car. I have a Chevy Bolt that I drive around, and I sometimes don't follow traffic rules. And I was taking a right on red where you're not supposed to, because I think it's the stupidest thing ever. Right on red. And a person came sort of rocking around a corner and behind a truck and everything, so I didn't really see them, and I almost hit them. I really did. It was like very close, and then they saw me from the windshield, and I thought they were going to scream at me, and they were like, "Kara, I love your podcast." And my wife was like, "Oh my God, you almost killed her," and she goes, "Say hi to Scott," and then she kept going. So I do not kill fans, not on the regular. Anyway. Jessica, thank you for coming on, and thanks to the Center for Journalism Ethics at the University of Wisconsin-Madison for hosting this conversation. I was here a couple of years ago for my book, which was really wonderful. It's a wonderful school and a beautiful day here in Madison. We're going to talk about building an audience for truth in today's fractured media landscape, and we're going to be putting this on with Kara Swisher. We're very excited, so let's dive in, and then in the end we'll get to questions from the audience, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you have. So Jessica, you recently said we're in, quote, an information war right now. I mean, we've been in it for a while, actually, as far as I can tell. So talk about what it is, who's on which side, who's winning, and how do you expect the war to play out over the next few years?
First, it's a pleasure to be in conversation with you. Thank you for everything you do to defend the truth. I think it's a very big landscape. In my world, I do my work on social media. The people who are winning the war on social media are people who understand that it's an environment built for virality, not veracity, meaning they know how to get your attention by doing the things that work. And that is truth agnostic, right? So it's people who know how to perform on social are winning. People who are backed by huge amounts of invisible money are winning. People who are, well, not people, but bots, right? Machines. That's in the digital landscape of social media. In the larger media landscape, I mean, we're at a moment where there's so much change.
it seems increasingly billionaires who care about getting a message out are the ones who are increasingly controlling traditional mass media. And we're going to have to see how that plays out and how those two things interact. I think this is, your area where you're so deeply well sourced. Who do you think is winning the mass media war?
It's not as much a war as something else. It's something else that's happening, which is the disintegration of normal institutions, which is something that's been happening not just in media, I suspect. And so it's a question of what's it getting replaced by and who is it getting replaced by. But certainly it started many years ago with the disintegration of the economics. I always tend to look at the economics before I look at anything else. And when I was at the Washington Post, one of the reasons I left to go to the Wall Street Journal, because I saw the economic underpinnings as I covered retail. There was a decline in sales. Classifieds were getting put aside by Craig Newmark and other things. Although he's funding this, thanks, Craig. But that was the truth. It wasn't his fault. It was the fact that classifieds were just it was a bad business in the end. And then the readers had lots of choices. So it was sort of this slow attrition that they got hollowed out, and then Facebook and Google certainly took over the digital landscape in terms of advertising. And so the business model got hollowed out, and then the businesses themselves got hollowed out. And then they also didn't respond to readers what they wanted, I thought, in a lot of ways, which was always my issue.
And they've also been slow to respond to the changes in tech. I mean, for the first time this year, more people will get their news in America from social media than from any other source. That's a tectonic shift.
Right.
And some of the traditionals have not been, adept at capturing that audience and figuring out how to do that transition.
So when you say the billionaires are buying them up, that's a different kind of war. It's a sort of war of wealth over everything else. What do you think their goals are? And in this case, you're talking about Jeff Bezos buying the Washington Post and basically driving it into a wall on a daily basis. He does. I'm sorry. It's terrible. He's ruined the product. But that's, it's his business. It's his money. He wants to have a ridiculous, gaudy wedding in Venice. That's his right. Fine. If he looks like an idiot, that's okay by me.
Typical punches.
But and then the Ellisons are certainly trying to do the same at Paramount and presumably CNN, which is it's not the rumor. That's what they're aiming for. So talk about what the goal here, if it's a war, what is the actual goal?
Listen, you have to go back to the founding of America. And our founders protected the free press as the only private business in the Constitution that's protected because it was seen as so vital to ensuring we have a durable democracy and informing our citizens. So if the goal of the press is to ensure we have an informed citizenry, then buying up the press is to push one's view of our country onto people, in my view. It's to push a particular perspective on information. And that doesn't mean everything that we're going to see from pick your person, the Ellisons, or necessarily from the Murdochs is going to be any flavor in every iteration. But I do think that we see that they're deeply skewing coverage at Fox News. They're doing the same at the New York Post. And it's helping drive polarization. It's helping drive divisiveness. It's turning Americans on each other. It's not just those people, but we can't not acknowledge what they're doing.
One of the things that I had an observation about is a lot of what's being bought are dying institutions. So what's the difference?
So can I step back and give you a structural
Sure.
look at how I think this is happening? So people increasingly are getting their news on social media, and especially young people, and going forward, future generations are there, right? A lot of what they're getting is coming from people who are picking news from legacy. So while legacy media might be less dominant and relevant to young people, they don't know that those stories are fundamentally being shaped by the choices that traditional media is making, because it's not just in story framing, but story choice. What are they even choosing to investigate? And then social creators like me will go to the New York Times or go to CNN and take parts of what they've made and put it out on social. So folks who are buying these dying institutions understand, I think, at a certain level that they rule the sea, right? They might not be in all quarters of the ocean, but they're creating the fundamental food that feeds everything in this ocean. And so I think it's kind of they're buying the source material to keep putting out their worldview.
And what do you imagine the worldview being? I mean, and what's the goal? What is the, when I say what's the goal of the war, what is the goal of the war? What is their goal?
I mean, listen, I can't know for sure, but it sure seems like they have a big interest in ensuring that the current leadership stays in power. This current leadership is put aside any ideological issues, waving away regulations, making it a wonderful environment to do a lot of business that couldn't get done before, paving the way for, this is your space, just changes in tech without any, government interference at all. So I think it's making the rich richer.
Okay.
What do you think?
Oh, I think they could care less about.
You don't even think they care about that?
I think no, I think they want money. I think I always go to money, and I always go to a desperate, besides their psychological problems, and each of them has an individualized one, largely around their parents didn't hug them enough, which is, I think, the problem with most people in the world. Often that's the case, but that's a joke, but it's actually true in a number of cases. Yeah, Larry Ellison in particular, and Elon Musk most definitely.
Can I ask, do you think there's no ideological position as well?
I think the press bothers them. I think they feel like victims all the time. I've never met a group of people, and I've interviewed Wall Street people, pharmaceutical company executives at regular manufacturing companies. I've never met a group of more easily, overly delicate flowers, I would say, very much wanting only positive things said about them. And so I think they have severe issues around being seeing themselves as victims. The whininess is, I've had more people say to me, "Why are you so mean to me?" I'm like, "I'm not your mama, so I'm not sure what to tell you. Like, I don't know. You're hurting the self-esteem of young girls. You're making young men isolated. You don't care about the society at large. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not here to fluff you," which I think they're buying institutions that fluff them, and that's what they're doing. That's a term. That's a technical term, fluffing. One of the centerpieces of this, of course, is President Trump, who has been at war with fact-based journalism for a long time. It's sort of part of his brand from the beginning, fake news and everything else. He's relentlessly attacked news organizations and extracted financial gains from them, and not just rhetorically, also in the courts and via threats via the FCC. And I highly recommend South Park this week because it's so good.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet.
It's really good. Poor Brendan Carr, I feel bad for him for 5 seconds, but not really. He deserves every bit of it. Talk about what effect it has on journalists and how those attacks affect the way reporting is perceived by regular citizens. Because it does sink in after a while.
Oh, it's sunk. I think the people are divided. And I think that there's now, first of all, what I get more than anything else from my own audience is skepticism. So the number one question I get is this true? And they'll forward me something. And it can be something that I think is extremely obviously true or obviously untrue. And people, even news consumers, have lost faith in their own ability to discern what's real. Part of that's AI, and they'll say, is this real or AI? But it's not only that. And I think that's partly a Trump effect. Piled on with the fact that the left is constantly telling people, there's disinformation, beware of propaganda. And so audiences fundamentally think they're being savvy if they disbelieve. So that's on one side. And then I find in sort of like the MAGA world of the online space, just constant relentless discrediting of whatever an official story is. In fact, so much that I see MAGA now discrediting the FBI's story about the Charlie Kirk shooting or about other shooting events. So audiences are in this like never-ending, they're just so black-pilled, if you know that saying, that they just disbelieve across the board. You said there's no faith in institutions. Voices of authority, even if it's leaders on their side, and certainly when it's the left questioning what's coming out from this administration as well. You asked, what does that do to reporters? It sort of depends where they sit and what they're covering, but you got to have your ducks in a row. You got to be able to defend what you've said. And I think that, I will say, I do see a lot of bravery, I think. People who are taking, uncomfortable risks. But they also have to, be careful about what they're doing. There's some fear. There's real fear these days.
Among journalists.
Yeah.
Here in this country. It's
Yeah.
usually the case in other countries.
Oh,
of
gosh.
conflict.
No, I know journalism nonprofits that have worked across the globe to defend journalism, and now they're working here. They do outreach and trainings on how to stay safe and how to protect your cyber footprint and all that. And journalists talk among themselves about, they fear violence, could they be targeted by the public? And there's, fear of worse. Now that, Comey has been indicted, there's fear that journalists will come next.
So they will come next. When you think about the effect of it, is it just the repetition of fake news? Ultimately, one of the prime ability of propaganda is repetitiveness. Constant repetition of something, true or not, ultimately sinks into people.
You're asking why do people
Yes.
disbelieve? I do think it's the repetition, and it's also the White House's extremely effective use of social media. And actually, I think the right has been great about social media. So it's saying things are fake, and then it's showing you visually a different narrative. And then presenting narratives that appear real but aren't. And pulling back the curtain. Trump is great at that, right? He'll put out a fake meme or video that is untrue, but it's showing you if the White House is creating AI content that's BS, what is real? It just seeps into your consciousness that nothing can be trusted.
And it's also a flooding the zone approach, which is just tons of information so that you don't notice the real information within it. So more, as you noted, more Americans are getting their news from social and video platforms than TV news sites, and apps. The social media video platforms are governed by algorithms, obviously, that can be tweaked to favor certain perspectives or shadow ban topics, but we have no visibility into how algorithms operate. Talk about your experience with algorithms, because you spent more time dealing with them, and what are the implications of having these tech CEOs effectively control the news we get?
It's extremely difficult to do news on these platforms. I started in 2018. I was one of the only people talking about news, and it was so easy to grow then. And things have changed at different. You can literally sense in a day when an algorithm shift has happened, because you come to internalize what works. You know what works. Your style. This is what clicks. All of a sudden, that's just tanking, right? And there's all of a sudden no engagement or whatever, and you have to make changes and adapt. We don't have any visibility into, and it's not one algorithm, right? There are many algorithms, and they interact in ways that catch certain accounts and can end up having the effect of suppressing the account. And that has happened to me at various times.
Over what? Give me an example.
I mean, I've been on the platform since 2018. And so, prior to COVID, I would grow 100,000 in no time at all, in months. And then I've been stuck basically at the same level for a year. And this week I had 67 million views on my content.
On which?
On Instagram. And I think I lost 3,000 followers. I've had one video that was viewed 5 million times, and 90% of it was non-followers. In that scenario, you end up growing. That's what causes growth. Non-followers see your content, they start following. Not happening. Shrinkage. Now, why? Nobody can explain it to me. I'm lucky enough to have people inside who will talk to me and try to give me guidance and try to help. They don't know why either. They think it's weird. So it's like, I have audience members telling me, I search your name and I literally cannot find you. So some people, it should be that they'll write K-A-R and you're famous, so Kara Swisher comes up instantly. But shadow ban, which is the term we use, means I'll type your name and I might have to type out your full name for it to come up, or maybe it won't come up at all. And people are telling me that they can't find me, or that they'll forward my account. They want to forward a post, and the button to forward it doesn't exist anymore. So what is this? Well, the organization says they don't shadow ban, that they don't target accounts, and yet I'm living this experience. Sometimes I go through this for a period of months, and then all of a sudden something goes away. It's like a cold clears up. I have no idea what it is.
Should there be algorithmic transparency laws in place?
100%. I mean, these are utilities. This is how we communicate. These are media platforms. The idea that they're not treated like media platforms it's a weird quirk of how the internet emerged, but we need to have the political courage to,
So why isn't that there? I mean, ultimately, we know what's in a Twinkie now, but not for a long time didn't, and it was protected.
I mean, look at the campaign donations. Just, it's not how our politics works. I was hopeful that at a certain point when we realized how dangerous some of the algorithms were for young kids and for, self-esteem and blah, 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 there'd be enough of a public outcry to pressure for change. But not with this administration and not anytime soon. I mean, am I wrong? Do you think there'll be a backlash?
No, I think, listen, I think it began with Obama and it's continued, that he did almost nothing to slow their growth whatsoever.
Now the
and
EU,
Trump is just a coin-operated president, so that's obvious.
Coin-operated. The EU also does have rules. And I was given to understand that once they impose their rules, they might just accommodate that and apply it to us, but it seems that is not the case.
So we're seeing, more AI-generated content. And one company recently boasted it has 5,000 AI-generated podcasts and only costs about $1 to produce an episode. The AI-generated video slop is all over social media. In fact, I think Meta is going to do a service that's just going to be AI slop, essentially. And it's easy to see how it can fuel mis and disinformation. Talk about AI-generated news content when so many news consumers feel overwhelmed. And what about for yourself? How do you apply AI in your business?
So AI-generated content is difficult because very soon we're going to be at a place where it's going to be impossible to tell. Maybe we're there now. When I am dealing with visuals from foreign war zones where we don't have trusted sources on the ground, I sometimes just can't post it because I don't know. I err on the side of caution, but if we have no visual verifiers that we trust there, it's impossible to tell if these videos are real. So that's already impacted my coverage. And then I get forwarded things all the time that I'm not comfortable posting if I can't tell the source, because who knows?
Right.
So it really crimps my style. Like there's a lot of stuff that's like, oh, this would go so viral. I would love to post it, and it's so interesting, but I just can't confirm it. So that, in terms of how do I use AI, I think ChatGPT is great at a hook. So you can say to it, I have to say, Chat, I'm a journalist. Everything I'm giving you is factually correct. Don't make up any facts. Don't sweeten my quotes. Leave the information as it is. But can you make this have a hook? So give me a headline for Instagram that will stop the scroll. And it'll give me 10 headlines, and I can pick one, and I love it for that. Claude is great at writing. And so if I have somebody who's working for me who's not a great writer and I don't have a ton of time to edit all their stuff, I'll say, Claude, put this in my style, don't change the fact. I have to also tell it not to be a sociopath. Otherwise, it will make up things.
Yes.
It's crazy. I mean, you know this, but I'm still floored by the stuff it'll make up. It just sticks a quote in. You're like, well, that would be a great quote if it were real. So I'll have it edit a thing. It's also been amazing for this. I can load a piece and ask it to give me a sensitivity read. Would you give me a sensitivity read from a point of view of this person and that person? And while it's not great at giving me the solutions, like the better phrasing, it's very effective at identifying things I haven't said that I could say to help somebody feel better, or language that might be problematic.
So you use it as a utility, and as a utility, it sometimes can work.
It's an editor, yeah.
It's an editor. And in terms of, but when you get stuff, you don't know what is coming through. Like you're not able to discern.
I don't trust it.
Recently, I interviewed the editor, the CEO and founder of Runway, which is being used by Hollywood for scenes. He did a full movie of me in Top Gun, which I looked fantastic in, I must say. And
with
other
the glasses.
places with the glasses.
Yeah,
it was really interesting. It was really well done, and a lot of it is for the back end. But one thing he noted was that perhaps we should use it. We should label real content instead of the AI slop. I thought that was a great idea, right? And so if you know it's real, everything else is AI, presumably.
That's so smart, because that's the piece we can control.
Right, exactly.
I love that. You think that's a great idea? So
Yeah.
if people would, there'd be some seal of approval on it, it would, although AI might try to mimic that.
It, that's true.
Mimic that and kind of say, but that's one of the ideas behind it.
That's creative.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
So, but you get inundated, in other words, you're inundated with information now.
Beyond.
Right.
And now it's like, you have to read what's in the comment section because like Gen Z gets their news from the comment section.
Mm-hmm.
So if the comments start taking off in a weird direction, you have to jump in there and say, no, this isn't backed by facts,
Mm-hmm.
while not getting upset that they're being jerks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I took out comments in our site, All Things D, 10 years ago because they were
Whoa.
because I couldn't monitor them and they were full of factual inaccuracies. And a lot of people got angry at me, and I said, you should start your own website so you can kick people out of your bar too. So
I do say that to people. Like, if you don't like this, you can do it yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
But it is the case that I think people under the age of 25 read comments for news.
Mhm.
And goes back to what we were talking about before. The algorithm punishes you if you don't have comments.
Mhm.
So your posts don't travel. So then you're like, why am I doing this?
Right. So you recently wrote a piece for The Atlantic that describes the current information ecosystem we're in as an awkward adolescence of a media revolution, and you promised some innovations to help usher in a more mature system, especially for independent journalists and their audience. Let's discuss that. Talk about why you think we're in an awkward adolescence, and what age, like 12, 13? What?
Maybe 15.
Right.
I think that, we all, people who care about the future of news, spend a lot of time hand-wringing and bemoaning the state of journalism, the collapse of revenue models for traditional media, the lack of public engagement with the news, the fact that algorithms are destroying truth and all this, without actually sitting down and saying, okay, let's try to be creative and innovate some solutions.
Mhm.
Anytime I've tried to sit, until recently, this has changed in the last 6 months, but until the last 6 months, and I've been doing this for like 8 years now, whenever I try to pitch solutions, I'm silenced by people telling me how bad the situation is.
Mhm.
So I decided, you know what, I'm just gonna come up with some ideas. Now, I think that the media revolution is, we are in this transition to a new form where it's on social, and everything's gone where we shifted from trust being in the institutions to trust lying with the individuals.
Creators.
Right. So we've seen that shift in trust, but no systems have been stood up to help resource those creators and independent journalists,
Mhm.
or help audiences discover ones that connect to their values. So the way a good parallel, it's imperfect, but it fits, is the studio system back in the day. A long time ago in Hollywood, if you were a celebrity or star, you worked for a studio. If your studio didn't want to make your film, you're not in a film. Then the studio system breaks up and everybody's their own entity, but they needed agents and lawyers and reps and people to sort of pull things together and create a new ecosystem.
Mhm.
That's where we are.
So you talk for an independent off-platform certification system to help identify fact-based creators. Explain the mechanics of a certification system. And second, you've said fact-checking doesn't work because it's become politicized. Why would this be different? Trump would immediately call it fake news if he didn't like it. So.
Okay, so the first part is, the idea is sort of like a nonprofit entity, think a Wikipedia type environment, where there are a set of standards that define what evidence-based information is. It's about a process, right? How do you check your sources? What kind of sources do you use? Transparency, disclosures. Do you change the information when the information changes?
Mhm.
Basic journalistic principles. And creators could apply to present their process and get certified, get a training. A majority of creators say they don't know how to check a fact,
Mhm.
that they don't know how journalists source information. They would like the training.
Mhm.
So it provides a training. And then if you pass, you get some sort of Better Business Bureau seal of approval. It wouldn't, it wouldn't necessarily live on the platforms, but if you care, you can go to this place and see which creators have the seal of approval and follow those people.
Right.
Or if you have a post you're looking at and you don't know if this person's full of it or not, you could go check. Now, it'll be imperfect, but we need some options. And this is basically what magazines did, right? Magazines decided back in the day, these are my universe of freelancers that I trust who live by our standards, and as long as they do, they can be in print with us, and when they violate our standards, they aren't.
Right.
Now, Trump would dismiss it, sure, and Trump would not read The Atlantic,
Trump would not obviously read The Nation. He's trying to gun for it right now. That doesn't mean it can't exist. You might need multiple certifications. Maybe MAGA has their own certification. Maybe people who care about, the New York Times. I don't know.
So they could have their own, like extra means trans people. Please subscribe.
I mean, whatever your worldview is, you can have your own. But my approach is this is not for a particular ideological bent. It's for people who subscribe to who use a process that we agree on is evidence-based.
Evidence-based. So your second idea is for creators to team up so they can share resources, cross-promote, maybe offer bundled subscriptions. Could be attractive to news consumers who are tired of paying for half a dozen newsletters. And Puck's kind of a version of this, not really. But how do you create an infrastructure that's cohesive, but each journalist still maintains their editorial? It's something I've thought about. The reason I wanted to buy the Washington Post is because I wanted to use it as a vehicle to do that. And I actually wanted to create, because there's a lot of creators, and I want them to own their own content and own their IP, and then give them a series of resources, advertising, and legal. I wanted to start something at the Washington Post called the Catherine Graham Legal and Libel Defense Fund, that it would create lawyers to help all these individuals, creators. I was going to call it the Ringer Fund because remember, there's a famous quote of Catherine Graham's Ted caught in a ringer, so I thought I was going to call it the Ringer Foundation, so that was funny. And that was one of the ideas: legal, advertising, video help, social media help, and everything else. And then they would own most of it, and then this bigger organization would be somewhat protective and helpful versus anything else, and give it a seal of approval, because who gets in the group would matter. If you're in the group, people had a trust for you.
As usual, you're ahead of the curve.
Thank you.
That is what we need.
Jeff Bezos will not sell the Washington Post
Jeff
to me.
Bezos, please sell the Washington
He doesn't
Post.
care. He
Please
doesn't
consider it.
No.
But if it doesn't matter to you...
He's such a good person these days.
Yeah,
He's
but it's
such
just one less thing to have to worry about.
He doesn't worry about it now.
Jeff Bezos, please sell the Washington Post.
He does not care. I keep telling everyone's like, why are they so bad? I'm like, they don't care.
What about the LA Times? What if you buy that?
Guy? I've
But
interviewed
just,
him.
Can you buy it?
That guy? He's not selling it. He's enjoying himself in his crazy wackadoo way. But
it doesn't need to be the Post. Can't we find
No, because you need a very national trusted platform. That's what you need, something that has some resonance across the country.
Has a trusted brand.
Less and less every day, but yes, a trusted brand.
Okay, whoever owns a trusted newspaper.
Well, there isn't. There's very few. There's very few that you could do that with, and so that was my idea, was that you create a network of, how the New York Times is sort of like all the news that's fit to print, and the idea of everything is created here. It's very like everything in the New York Times. You do the opposite version of that, and that's your strength, because you can't compete with the New York Times, and they've sort of won that particular war. So, and then you don't have to. You can only do the top level of reporters. You have the sort of the A team of reporters at the top, but everything else you allow creators to help you source around the country.
I think it's genius.
Thank you.
It's what we need. Listen, it's a sort of Web3 version of a decentralized network. I know Web3 is not cool to say anymore.
Right, that's okay, you can say it. But talk about this idea of a version of this, because the idea of bundling and unbundling, it goes on and on, the idea of back and forth. How do you survive when there's too many choices?
Well, it is a fear that, I make most of my revenue from Substack, and there is a fear that at some point the whole audience will be like, enough, I'm subscribed to too many places, or that you hit a ceiling. And the idea is, I think bringing people together, creators who are like-valued, in my case it would be evidence-based creators, right, who have sort of a similar process, could team up and be an Avengers. In other words, if somebody follows me and they want to know who to trust on nutrition, it would be the person in my network, right? Like we're like-valued, we operate in similar ways, so you can trust this group. So it's a signal to the public. In teaming up, we would improve everyone's discovery through cross-promotion, maybe bundling. Also, you get so much advantage from the conversations and the cross-pollination of ideas. We could share an editorial center. For example, I cover everything because I'm news. Anytime RFK says something, I have to go research the thing if I didn't know about it already. There are creators out there who...
It's not very hard.
I know. Well,
he makes it up.
I know. I just want to know the science part. That part.
Yeah.
which he doesn't talk about. So if there are people who are already expert in that area and they're in my network, I could ping them easily and say, right.
So you create this
editorial.
sort of
Yes.
A-team, essentially.
And then for the creators, the benefit would be not just, we're so isolated, it's very hard. So having some community would be nice. But also, like amortize, it's not just legal, it's healthcare. You know,
That's what I
healthcare is
mean, the
about to
whole
go
thing.
up,
Yeah.
right? What are we all gonna do? And then, you know, growth hacking. Not everybody, a lot of these creators are just a smart person who lives in the middle of the country and doesn't know a media attorney or a growth hacker or how to find those folks. I shouldn't say I know people in the middle of the country do know all these things. I mean,
Right.
But the point is, we could help with discovery and resourcing everyone.
Sure. So this idea that you also had as a plea for legacy news organizations to collaborate instead of compete with creators. Talk about that, because in theory, part of the appeal of creators is they're not beholden to these companies. And it's something I have pushed Vox very hard on. And one of the things that Scott and I did is we went around and they all wanted to own. And we were like, well, we don't want to be owned. So goodbye kind of things, and shut down the discussions. But it was really interesting to sort of get Vox in the frame of mind of collaborating rather than owning. And now they sign a deal a day, essentially on the same map that we originally proposed to them.
Well, you are the exemplar of this. Like, you
But
were the
why
trailblazer.
don't they want to do that? What, collaborate? I know why, but actually I don't. I don't understand why they need to own things.
I mean, there's two different things there, I think. One is, in terms of owning it, I think it's what they've always done.
Yes, correct.
So that would be a change. So how could they do that? It's sort of just baked into the bureaucracy. And then in terms of why won't they partner, my idea of partnership is many days I'm explaining a story that the New York Times broke. So why not actually partner with the New York Times and have them team up with creators who do that on the regular and drive people back to their publication so that they have an alliance with people who have already built a social following, know how to make content that connects on social, and push out their content that way. Why they don't do this? It probably has, I don't know. Oops.
It's okay.
I have my stats here.
It's probably my mother calling to tell you what's on Fox News right now.
We can guess.
You know, my mother, in the middle of the stock market decline, there was a huge decline in the stock market. She called me up. She goes, "Oh, this is terrible." I'm like, "Yeah, I know the stock market's really off." She goes, "What?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" And she goes, "Trans fencers."
Oh, God, it's so bad.
I was like, "How many are there?" She goes, "Dozens." I'm like, "0." There's like the Venn diagram of trans and fencers is like super small. But anyway, go ahead.
It's unbelievable.
This is my life. But anyway, go ahead.
I see it every day on social.
Yeah.
So I think that there's probably a measure of snobbery, that there's a desire not to partner with silly creators, is my guess. I don't know. What do you think?
I think it's the penny is dropping. I always try to argue, why do you need to own this? What is it of value to you when it's more value to me? And why don't we just collaborate and then we each get what we need, right?
Yeah.
They don't need to own it. I don't know why they think they need to own it.
I think there's also a perception that they have to build their own channel, and that if they feed another entity, it's taking from their own channel, which is very different. In social world, you know, 1 + 1 is 4. You know, teaming up with others builds your channel. But I don't think they fully speak social.
Right,
digital.
right. And it's a competitive thing, because it was interesting, because for Scott Free August, I did a lot of people who had big podcasts, and then we traded feeds.
Right.
And everyone's like, "Oh, they're competitors." I'm like, "No, they're not."
And you grow from that. Did you grow?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott was very upset by that. Too bad. I was just trying to prove to him I could live without him. Just on a daily basis, I need to do that. But the idea of collaboration, it's interesting of who owns what, right? The idea of IP and ownership and everything else has to change, in other words.
Yeah, they have to loosen the hold on their reins, right? Because they're putting their stories out there anyway. They may as well get some benefit from having their story all over social. It should drive back to their website or to their journalist or something.
So on the more basic level, you've talked about the need to teach news consumers how to tell something's true or not. In some cases, it means learning how to use Google, or how to tell if AI chatbot is hallucinating or not. What do you wish everyone knew about how to do it, how to do that in terms of the consumers? Because it's a big lift for consumers to have, it's like having to like examine your meat to see if it's rotten, right?
To some extent.
Yeah.
So I have a friend from college who constantly sends me TikToks with a screaming all caps note, "Why aren't you reporting this?" 17 exclamation points. And it's always from something like Fire Dog 789. And I look at the profile and I'm like, who is Fire Dog 789?
Right.
And there's no information, no links, no information. And I write him back, I'm like, why do you trust this poster? And he won't engage on that. He's like, no, why aren't you reporting this information? So the first thing is getting people to learn to check who's telling them the thing. And it's not that, click on their link, see what their profile says, pick a few words in their profile and drop that into Google and see if you can find their LinkedIn, see if you can find where they've worked, see if you can find what they follow or who they are affiliated with, something that gives you a sense of who this is as an individual or an institution. So that is like 101. And I'm stunned by the number of people who don't do that. Or commenters who just trust a comment without even looking at what this thing is. So that's the foundation of it. I think the certification system would help if people had a place they could go to see if this person's full of it or not. And then the Google problem is a really serious one because often when I'm asked, is this true? I'll give an answer and then I'll say, hey, just so you know how to do this, if I were to Google this, here are the search terms I would have used, assuming that that was the issue. And 9 times out of 10, someone will write back and say, oh no, I know how to search it, but Google gives me 20 million results, and how do I know which to believe? And so, and I trust you. And so part of the challenge is right now, because creators have so much trust, we're bearing a lot of the brunt of this. This woman was happy to have you hit her with your car because she trusts and loves you so much, almost.
I'm not so sure.
I mean, and so it's a weird dilemma. Like, I get asked now if someone will tell me my son needs an operation and 2 different doctors are giving 2 different pieces of advice, what should I do? And I'm like, I'm not an expert in this. And they say, well, I trust you and you're smart at getting information. Can you help? And to me, that speaks profoundly to how unsure the public is about the information they're getting, about voices of authority, and where to go for trust. And it's why I think these ecosystems are needed. I think the more we build trusted environments, the more people will trust.
Or is the media such that it's impossible to fight against? I mean, New York Magazine had a terrific story today. It was tragic about a young woman who became a fruitarian, and she was, she died. Sorry, it's going to end badly. But she was getting bad information and continued, it dovetailed into her worldview and her feelings about herself. And then the community kept supporting her, even when others said, you need to eat or you're going to die, like that kind of thing. And it was really interesting because after I finished reading it, and I thought, and I recommend it to everybody, but I was like, this is the power of these platforms, is that noise, you have news over noise, but noise often wins over news. I mean, because that's the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right? Which I put in my book, which is enragement equals engagement, right? It works better. So the overwhelming quality, I think, is difficult. If you can get 5 people to agree with you, then you go that direction.
It's such a sticky problem.
And those are people who don't mean to hurt.
Right.
Then there's the people who mean to hurt, which are very directed.
Well, I think back to the pandemic when people would constantly say, I did my own research, and then they got mocked for doing their own research, which is what we tell them to do. But there are no clues to say you're going down a rabbit hole that's going to get you into trouble, right? So I don't know how to fix it except to start by forming alliances of science-forward, evidence-based entities and voices, by pointing people to that, by encouraging folks who care about this to stop saying this can't be battled and actually invest in new platforms, or actually put their money where their mouth is and buy you a news outlet so that you can build this. People have to start with some innovation, or we will lose to this.
I mean, I would look at right now the Tylenol thing, it's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. But the constant drumbeat of it is declining sales. The stock is down. It has an actual real-world impact. Or, on the opposite side, stuff that really people shouldn't be investing in, they do. because they feel, you know what I mean? It creates this kind of crowded effect, which is really, you know, measles cases are up, even though it was solved 10 years ago.
What I will say to that also is I still have an audience. A lot of journalists, a lot of scientists online still have audience. About 38% of people on social media try to verify what they're seeing before sharing it, according to, I think it was a Reuters Institute analysis. So there is still an audience that cares. And I think we need to start building stuff for them and hope that that also has, you know, a ripple effect.
Right.
And or regulation comes along at just the right time.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that in a second, but let's talk about the business side of things. You said when you talk to potential investors, you often get sort of a sneering cynicism from elites who think regular people don't care about truth or facts. Talk about that attitude, what you've heard, and explain what bothers you about it besides
So
they're
this was
assholes.
until the last 6 months. Something has changed this year, but endlessly. And I still get it a little bit where I meet with, I'm constantly called by academics or policy people or people, startup gurus, and then potential people who are looking to invest in media. And that's what they say all the time. They'll have the conversation of what's needed and what can be built. And then we get to a point in the conversation and they'll go, can I just bottom line it? People don't care about facts, do they? And I always find it sort of confounding. Like, we've just spent 30 minutes talking about how to build a thing for facts. So why? And it's stuck with them. They can't get past it. And, you know, yes, people do. It might not, it's not everyone. You're not going to ever save everyone. But we can't afford to let this go. It is actually foundational to the survival of our democracy, and there's an audience. So if at least a third of Americans care about checking a thing, that's a good audience. Like, that would be a business, right? Just because it's not everyone doesn't mean it's not no one. But I've been getting this for so long, I'm kind of used to it now. And in the last few months, I'm seeing a turnaround where people are starting to say, we have to presume there's an audience and do something.
So why is the impetus on the right versus the left? I mean, a lot of these billionaires are skewing right. And the left ones aren't acting.
This is such a good question.
Okay.
Listen, I left news about 10 years ago and I started going around saying the news is broken and we need to build something different. And I was told the news is not broken. If it were broken, it would fix itself. That's a quote. I was also told that in the future there will be no news, or in the future news will only come from comedians. And so now there's like an awakening that the news has been broken and we need to do something. But the right, I think because the right experienced itself as being locked out from traditional media,
Yes,
they had a longer time to get used to that idea and decide they want to build their own parallel universe. And the left was under the impression that the media was there on their team in a way, I think, which isn't true. It never was. And they didn't see it as their obligation to do anything. And then the first people to get in who have been spending money on media are true partisans who've been paying creators to push out partisan messaging, which is different from journalism or science. So where we haven't seen folks step up is in the space of really aggressively supporting true journalism and science.
Fact-based journalism. And who would you put in that space? Who has been, Lorraine Powell-Jobs comes to mind.
Yeah, she's done it. I think that,
And that's my whole list, by the way.
who else is, there are other people, there must be.
Try.
Well, it used to be Bezos at the Post, but no. Does Reid Hoffman do, no. No.
Cuban, no.
Yeah, I thought Mark Cuban was gonna do it.
No, he thinks news is stupid.
Yeah, who are some other, shout out some billionaires, folks.
I
Not
know them
Zuckerberg,
all.
not- yeah.
So I know every one of them. No.
I mean-
Rupert? Yeah.
What-
Actually,
Soros.
I'll be honest with you. Rupert does know about media, and when he is not meddling in his irritating way, the Wall Street Journal is an excellent publication.
Yeah.
Of all the different people, he certainly kept his dirty mitts off of that, but, and been somewhat courageous around, for example, the Epstein issue.
Barry Diller. Daily
doing?
Beast. You asked for one other name. I came up with one
I'm
other
just
name.
saying,
I
it's
know,
just an
it's not a lot.
interesting thing. So you have almost 800,000 followers. So we're not going to, what I've always said to people is we're not going to rely on the kindness of billionaires. You shouldn't, trust me. They're not very kind and they're not very reliable. You've had about, and by the way, they'll get in their rocket ships and go away if need be.
Not for long.
He should go soon. I think it would be great. He needs to do it for humanity. You have almost 800,000 followers on Instagram, but you pointed out before social media views don't translate into revenue. This is what I talk to a lot of people about. But newsletters on platforms like Substack, Beehive, and Goes can be lucrative. Talk about running a profitable independent news business look for you. How many people on your team? What do you spend most time on? What platforms get the most engagement, profitability?
So most of my revenue comes from Substack, and where I do a newsletter and I release interviews. And thank God for them, because prior to that, it was really hard. I can get crazy views on Instagram, and it's still hard to figure out how to monetize that, because Instagram barely pays, even though they say they do. Every so often I get a check for $22 after like 67 million views. And so what I've done is I use Instagram as a top of funnel mechanism to push people to the Substack, right? And it's worked. That's been really effective. And in fact, Substack said, gosh, you were so good at that, we're trying to find more Instagram people to start doing that. So, and I found they're willing to, some of them say, we're paying you because you do all this work on Instagram too. And it's like, we support what you're doing and recognize it's a cross-platform thing. It means, though, that I have to spend a lot of time on my newsletter when my whole ethos and what I come from is video, right? Like I was a TV reporter. So I'm very torn in that way. Like I have to focus on the thing that's driving the revenue, keeping the business going. But what I'm sort of known for and my sweet spot is doing the stuff that I would do on Instagram. So that's really tricky. And,
YouTube?
So YouTube's where things are at now. And I have to really, I have a YouTube channel, and we started there, and it's growing, and that's where I have to double down.
And where presumably revenue will start to. Yeah.
And you also, they're news friendly. They're not throttling news. They want news.
Right.
So it's it's more aligned there. Let's hope.
And then where else do you get engagement from? LinkedIn, from what?
I mean, I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Threads. I'm on Facebook, but it's
Twitter?
I lurk on Twitter. I don't post. Yeah. The one place that I never really committed to was TikTok, because when I was a White House correspondent, I had all these national security sources who told me not to go on there. And so I never wanted to drive audience there, but it obviously is the place where you get the biggest growth and return. And now who knows what it'll be.
What do you think it'll be?
I can't tell, because on one hand, I mean, I'm going to ask you to answer that, but I assume, because it's Murdoch and Ellison, that they'll have a right-leaning bent. But everything I'm seeing suggests that the algorithm will still be controlled by ByteDance. So
That's correct.
Yeah, tell us.
It's a hand-waving nonsense. The Chinese are dancing. They're doing a tap dance in Beijing right now over the entire situation. It's nonsense.
So they'll still have all the same control over the algorithm,
I'm certain.
access to our data.
I think they're just trying to bypass an actual law that Congress passed and the President Biden signed.
But P.S., it gives a bunch of Trump's allies
Yes.
a huge stake in a very profitable media company.
Oh my God, you're kidding.
I know.
Wow. Whoa. I predicted this months ago, and I got so much, I was like, Larry Ellison will control it. Mark Andreessen will be lurking around in his creepy way, and there'll be all the right-wing people, anyone who gave President Trump many will be in there, and they're all there. And then they added in, I don't know, Dubai, or whoever the hell they added in, some rich bunch of people who were jailing journalists abroad. That's what they did.
My dark hope is that, this is twisted, but that there's the dark internet theory destroys people's engagement with social media. So that at some point there's so many bots and so much AI, people just don't enjoy the experience of going on and will start logging off. And then maybe some of these other billionaires will build better platforms.
Well, meet my children. They're not on them at all. My older kids are not on any of this stuff at all.
Not even Snapchat for conversations?
Not much anymore. No, that YouTube is the only thing. YouTube and Reddit are the only two things
Reddit's great.
they find useful. I'm saying the problem with our society is people 30 to 45, who are crazy.
And up?
What?
And up? 30
Well,
to
it doesn't
45
matter
and up?
by the end because you're going to die soon. So which ones are the most profitable?
Of the platforms, by far, it's Substack.
Substack.
I mean, I have crazy big engagement on Instagram and known for Instagram, but
Yeah.
money is on Substack.
Correct, $22. That must be fun for you. For our business, it's advertising. We could go subscription if we wanted, but we make so much money on advertising.
Because of the podcast,
Yeah.
it reaches so much. But you're at that sweet spot where you're so big.
Yeah.
I think podcasts
No,
that
we
are
were
littler.
profitable before. I have to say, it's always been a very profitable. Well, that's because I just had lunch with the staff of both podcasts on and Pivot, and it fit around a table of 8. Like we have a very small We have a small team, and we don't need a bigger team. And then we contract with VOX for the advertising and everything else.
So they work for you.
No, they work for VOX.
Oh, they do?
Nobody works for me.
We all work for you.
No, my next book is going to be called Staff Zero.
Oh,
don't
I
have any
like
staff.
that.
I have no staff whatsoever. No costs, just me wandering around the world.
Do you schedule yourself?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
You do all your own emails?
Yes.
Huh.
I don't return them. That's how
That's an excellent hack.
I don't. I'm like, if you don't know my cell phone, you're not going to get to me. So every episode we get, I'm very parsimonious, and that's why I'm so rich. Anyway, every episode we get an expert to send us a question to our guest. Let's hear yours. I think it'll go up here. Are we going to put it on? Okay, thanks.
It's Ben Smith from Semaphore, who knew you back when you were part of the lamestream media and am now in a taxi in New York City. I guess my question for you, you were doing journalism on Instagram long before anybody was calling themselves a newsfluencer and taking money from complicated places and, emulating Joe Rogan. And I guess I'm curious what you feel like you've learned that those newcomers to the space that you kind of pioneered, or at least that other journalists who are leaving many years after you, legacy places, to do their own thing, what do you feel like you've learned in these years that they should know?
Yeah, so everybody's entering the picture. I get a call a day from a different person at a major news organization who wants to go out on their own. I've helped a whole bunch of them. So much so I could do a business of helping people. And I have lots of different advice, some of which is great idea, some of which is stay where you are and just hold out until the end of your career. What would you say? Because there's a lot of people now doing this. Some are incredibly successful. Mehdi Hassan strikes me as someone who's done really well. And many others. There's lots of people on right, left, center. What is your biggest piece of advice since you were a pioneer, OG?
Thank you. I also have to say Ben Smith was a pioneer too.
He was too.
Also went out and innovated, and credit to him. First, for traditional journalists, you got to show a little bit of yourself. It's very hard for a lot of people who come from newspapers, or traditional media. My audience knows my dog. My audience sometimes knows what's going on in my life. You got to show a little skin. I don't mean that literally.
But you can do that if you want.
You could
We
do
not
very
judge.
well with that. in
Yes,
fact.
you could. Some people.
Well, sure. Depends on the situation. Transparency helps. In other words, when you get something, I get more love and engagement when I get something wrong and correct it and explain what I did than anything else. People love showing the process, being real. And so talk to your audience about your work. Ask them what they want from you. They will tell you. So if you find all of a sudden something's not working, ask them why. There will be an answer in the mix. And figure out your revenue early. Like, you need an owned platform. Scott Galloway told me this years ago. He was like, do not build your business on Meta. Find another place to build your business. And that is still true.
Yeah. So when they come to you, what do you think their key thing is doing? Finding the right platform, right? Or figuring it out, owning their own thing.
Owning their audience somewhere where they can monetize it.
Keeping costs in line.
Yeah, figuring out who your team is and what your structure is. I mean, that's, think about back office, healthcare, insurance, all these things you have to do in order to be in business. It's a lot of moving pieces. And so define what your lane is in content narrowly enough. I mean, find a space that's going to get engagement, but don't try to take on everything at once, because you're going to have to be doing a lot of work, heavy lifting
Right.
behind the scenes to get your business working.
What do you think the mistake people make? I think they do too many things. They're like, I'm going to start a podcast, and I'm going to do this. I'm like, good luck with that kind of stuff.
Well, I'm constantly asked, why don't you, stand this up? And I'm like, I don't have the time or bandwidth. So it's picking a space and doubling down on what's working. So if I were starting today, I'd start on YouTube. It monetizes, it's friendly to facts, and it's a place where you can reach audience and grow. And then I would also create a newsletter or a community where you have direct engagement with the audience. People are dying for in real life engagement. I show up in cities and say, hey, News Not Noisers, I'm going to be in town, want to meet at a diner. People love that. Like, building that kind of thing helps, but you really need to focus on where you're going to make that revenue so you can stay in business.
Absolutely, that's the critical. You have to make money, because then you can tell people to fuck
As it
off.
turns out.
As it turns out,
we
I
need
always
the
say
money.
that to people. You need to make money, and I think what's hard for a lot of people is they live in environments where they never have had to think about that, which is interesting. It's always interesting to, like, a lot of TV people, for example. And one came to me and was like, what am I going to do? And I said, well, you make what? I don't know, $5 million a year? Like, can you attribute, well, in any case, that's not going to keep up those kind of prices. And I was like, can you attribute your contribution to $10 million? Because it's got to be your, plus you have staff, plus those town cars don't pay for themselves and everything else. And I was like, there's no way you make $10 million for this company, so you need to go. You're going to be gone. And it was a really interesting, because they don't think of things, and that's the higher paid people, but even people on the lower scale, when they overspend, their only option, and I can think of a couple of organizations, is to have a rich benefactor who just wants to use you for influence.
Right.
Which there's many of those being stood up right now.
Yes.
And that's a different story. That means you're just, again, a fluffer for wealthy people. So before I wrap, I've got a couple quick questions about AI, and then we'll have questions from the audience. We discussed the problem of slop. It can be a real problem, like speaking of the LA Times, the experiment that showed AI will do things like explain why the KKK wasn't so bad after all. When you think of the good things it could do, I'd like you to think about it, because AI agents, they can do editing, as you said, they can do a little reporting, can make phone calls and stuff like that. But it could ultimately. Right. What would you, and I'm not surprised that media most will try to save money using this, and certain things do. When I was at the Wall Street Journal, I'm like, why am I writing earnings? A machine could do this.
Basic stuff.
It's just math. It's just you write it down in a format. Do you see AI doing actual journalism? Or being used by journalists for data or et cetera?
I think it could do the stenography part of journalism, like the White House briefing happened today, here's what was said, right? Where it just distills. I also think for social media, I would love it if I could say, I want to do a reel that has this information. Will you design and make the video? It's going to have these, like, as if I am a chef and I give it the basic pieces and it could put it together. I would love that. It feels like it should be able to happen. It's not good when you try it.
Not yet.
And then I'd love it to be able, I think it can edit soon, hopefully, without hallucinating. And maybe, in conversation, one of the things I miss most is the conversation I used to have with my colleagues in the newsroom about, I'm hearing this story and I'm thinking this, but I don't know where to go. And do you think, and you have that dialogue, and in the dialogue, you're like, that's the kernel of the story.
Right.
If I could do that with an AI, then that would be amazing.
Do you think you can?
I probably could. It's not consistently good at that. No.
It's sycophantic.
Or it's silly or basic or unsophisticated or too political or too polemical, or it doesn't quite get my vibe yet. And I would like that.
You would like that from it. So let's end by circling back on the idea of an information war. It's playing out on a battlefield owned by, we noted, tech CEOs. Their incentives are engagement, profit, getting what they want from this administration. Fact-based news faces an uphill battle. They're being attacked from a legal point of view. They maybe won a small victory with Jimmy Kimmel, but it's quite small, I would say, because the economics are still the economics of what's happening to late-night television.
Even though he got all those views?
For now.
Do you think the fact that Iger, I know did the wrong thing at first, but eventually did stand up to Trump could become contagious?
Did he stand up?
Well, Trump has said we're going to look into this and do something about it.
I'm
And
waiting for him to stand up. He sort of got up on his knees, sure.
he put him back on the air.
I don't think that was a particularly hard decision.
You don't?
No. No, I think it was ridiculous to have done so.
Totally.
And this is someone I like.
But it's still in defiance of Trump.
Is it in defiance or just, this is fucking ridiculous? This is, why are we letting this happen? I mean, you know, or it's not that hard to stand up. It really isn't.
Yeah.
It really isn't.
And yet
Not for
no
someone
one's
who
doing
has-
it. So it might,
I
like,
understand,
where
but I
are
don't see
all the
why it would
people?
be hard for a person at the end of their career with billions of dollars to stand up. You can always get on a plane, Bob.
I also, and I don't know how widespread this is, but I see on social media a lot of businesses around the country saying that they've pulled their ads from Sinclair stations and Nexstar stations in their town.
Or just saying the thing you want to say. I mean, ultimately, to point out, one of the things, the beginning of this, I pointed out on CNN, actually, they're like, oh, this is this. I go, this is a business transaction. So, Nexstar really wants to get this thing by the FCC, and so it's doing whatever Brandon Carr wants it to do so that they would do so. I said, the minute they get it, they will go back to business as usual. They're doing, it's all business. And the same thing with Sinclair. Sinclair wants the Tegna stations too. So it's a business battle. They could care less about anything else. And so most of them are not particularly committed to any side. They're committed to their
Don't these
bottom
people
line.
have kids? Worry about the future.
Really, you're going to lecture people on that? I just don't see any point in lecturing people.
I know.
You know, that's between them and their, whatever, if they're religious, their pastor, that's between them and their, in the dead of night by themselves. You know, I always say to people, you know, often I got a lot of calls after this because we were pretty tough on all these companies. And one of them called me and said, well, I feel bad. I go, I'm not your fucking mother. I said, I don't care why you did it. You're just an asshole. And I hung up. You know?
Wow.
I just was like, I don't know what to say. And I actually ran into one of them in DC. I like the term asshole because I think it encompasses a lot of things. And one of these tech people came at him. He's like, you know, we're winning. And I said, but you're still an asshole. And you could see him go, oh, she got me again. And I was going, go fuck yourself. I'll see you.
It's a great motto.
In any case, on that note, let's have some questions from the audience. Go ahead. Right here. Hi. Say who you are.
Is it on? Oh, okay. Yeah, it is on. Hi, my name is Claudia. I'm faculty here at UW-Madison. Great discussion, by the way. I'm a statistician by training. I create content on statistical literacy. I have very small following. But the challenge that I have, and I feel that other scientists with bigger followers facing, is the fact that there are some barriers through social media due to personalization of the content and the algorithms where you end up reaching populations or communities that are already thinking similarly to you.
Yes.
And we're not really breaking that barrier. So I don't know if you see any hope of reaching those other populations through social media, or if we need to start like thinking, I mean, I really like the idea of bundle, but that also keeps us within the same circle. And I don't know, I want to hear your experience or your thoughts on, should we keep trying to do this work of outreach or public engagement for content that I want to say is not political. Somehow it is, but you know, we're trying to.
You're talking about the information bubble.
Correct, the information.
Right? That everybody's in their own information bubble.
Correct.
It's sort of like gerrymandering. Everyone's in their district that you'll never.
Exactly.
You're never going to have to try to
Right.
reach out to other people. I think you did make the point that 30% is still a good business, and then you slowly reach outward. But go ahead.
Your content gets shared. So maybe you're talking to somebody who already believes, but they have a cousin who doesn't. And they put your post on a text and have a conversation around it. I can't tell you how many times I hear about that. So I wouldn't assume that merely because you're on social and seem to have a like-minded audience, that it's always limited, right? That is how you reach new audience, and so it's worth trying.
I think one of the things she's talking, I do agree with her. I think it's just ultimately, the right does that really well. They talk to each other, they push each other's content, and they stay in a smallish area. It's just they're very oriented toward that group and serving that group.
Yeah.
And they don't care about convincing anyone else. And one of the entertainments is dunking on the libs or whatever the hell they spend their day enjoying themselves doing. And so one of the things that is important to do is go over there and get, go over, I think what Pete Buttigieg or Gavin Newsom is going on to things sort of messes up their algorithm. They're like, wait a minute, wait, that person's not so kind of stuff. And I think you'll see more of that. And I think, I think you have to move over there, but you have to focus on your audience and making money from your audience and being a good business before you could move somewhere else. You probably have enough of an audience here.
I mean, I'm not even doing this for business. I don't get any money. I mean, this is just mainly like outreach. Sharing information about like statistics and artificial
it does get through. It ultimately gets through. And over time, the problem you have is you have the president is very good at this. I wrote a column 8 years ago saying best social media president, really smart in terms, and all these people on the left lost their fucking minds. I'm like, I'm just observing that he's good at it. You better pay attention. Right. And I think that's what often happens. It'll be supplanted by something else. He's getting kind of bad at it now, actually. He's kind of become, so as happens, right, or tiring. And so ultimately you borrow from some of his stuff. Like if you're on the people on the, I mean, I think Mamdani is excellent at social media. You don't have to agree with him, but he's real good. Like, again, so there's certain things you can borrow from that I think work really well. AOC is quite good. There's a bunch of politicians and other media people that are getting great. Okay, over here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Jeff Wheelwright. I'm a journalist, and I've been covering tech since the early 80s. And what I'm wondering about is, I think you gave a great sketch and a lot of ideas about building a broad audience. What about building a narrow audience? And I'm thinking of local media and all of those news deserts that we're seeing arise. And how could the lessons that you've been providing be applied for local media?
Yeah, that's a great question. A decade ago, I actually said to Lorene Jobs, you need to buy all the local stations. That's really if you want to help this country. And of course, Sinclair did it. Which Sinclair was doing that at the time, and I watched them very carefully, which was really clever. The problem with local media is that it's not a very good business anymore because people can get their things from elsewhere, but there are a lot of local businesses that need an ability to.
I will say that some of the most successful social media news brands are local news plays on social because they have a very clear case to advertisers. So whereas I'm talking to a broad audience about the news, and it's hard to figure out who the right advertiser might be for me sometimes, if you want to advertise with me, please let me know. But with local, you can go to local businesses and say, my audience is this, DMA, and it works. So I am seeing success stories in social media with people who are focused. The problem is when you're doing local social, it has to be kind of sensational, right? It's like the high-speed chase or the crazy chicken running around and the thing with the, So it's not always like meaty news, but there is an opportunity there, and there's definitely people who want it. Also local sports.
There's also useful news. One of the things that I always talk about is the three tenets I have of success in media is one of them is be useful to people, give them some sort of insight or something else. One is to be interesting, which many people fail at, and the other is you can't get it anywhere else, right? You can't get Scott and I, for example, or what Jessica's doing, but usefulness is really for local can be very helpful, and you don't need to comment on national politics locally. Here's what's happening here. You can have a big fight over, I don't know, some trees getting cut down locally, but focus in on what people are concerned about locally, because being helpful is a really important thing for me. Helpful and trustworthy is really, I think, something that gets lost. It seems boring, but people really do value that, and it doesn't politicize it. It becomes.
David Plotz, who runs a network of local news podcasts, says that it's also been a great space to get beyond the left-right divide because the bike trail in your local town is not left-right. It's people want that, and it brings people together.
Well, there is a left and a right to the bike trail.
That's true. But maybe, yes.
And you need both sides to make a bike trail.
That is true.
But there's all kinds of opportunities in local. I find if you're really helpful, if you give people great information, there's a newspaper on one at Martha's Vineyard, something that is I enjoy reading it every single time, and I never read newspapers anymore, right, physical, because it's so funny and quirky and full of information. And if I lived there, and I don't, or was there a lot, it would be just what is useful to people to get through their day-to-day locally, road closures, corruption, like real news, I think is really helpful to people. I find that to be the case. All right, next.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Hi, my name is Tamia Folks. I'm a reporter for the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. I had a question for especially the young journalists in the room. One of the things I hear a lot of my peers struggle with is hearing from their newsrooms that they need to develop a brand identity on social media and share their reporting, but also not to share too much or like not to give too much into their work. So I'm wondering how you recommend finding balance for that, and also maybe like building an identity for yourself outside of news organizations as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because I just had lunch yesterday with Karen Atiyah, who from the Washington Post. She got fired for a little too much for personality, allegedly. They're such ridiculous. They were just waiting to fire her, really, and looking for an excuse. And all she said is, after Charlie Kirk's murder, she said, said black women were stupid, and so I'm not going to mourn for him, but I feel terrible for his wife and children. That's literally what she said, which I think is fair. She said a lovely thing about his wife and how sorry she was, but at the same time, she's like, he said I was stupid. Like, and I felt that was fair. And they used that as a pretext to fire her, which they were waiting to. I did warn her that's what they were going to do. But I think one thing that newsrooms have struggled with is the social media presence, and what people say violates what should be fairness issues around newsrooms. And I think that's difficult because they tell you to be interesting and then not too interesting, or they tell you to be out there as a personality, but not too much of a personality, which is manufactured, which means it doesn't work if you're not the person you are. Probably you shouldn't like when I was coming up, you couldn't go to marches, you couldn't go to anything. It was very strict at the Washington Post. Now I think newsrooms, they try to create these social media policies, but it's almost impossible. And they've had problem after problem after problem with, in some cases, the reporters have gone too far. In some cases, the organizations are being too strict. I'll tell you one of mine I don't even work for the New York Times. I was just a contractor because I don't like working for people. One of the deputy managing editors, I had a problem on a United flight, and I was like, oh, these friggin' United people, or something like that. And they wrote me like, oh, it looks like you want something from United. I was like, what are you talking about? I was just griping about my bag or whatever it was. It was something, well, it could be perceived as, that you want something. I said, well, I don't. So, and they're like, take it down. And I go, I will not. I shall not. And they're like, well, we want you to. And I said, well, I want a lot of things, and I don't get them either, so you're not getting it. And then by the end of this exchange, I was like, number one, I don't work for you, and I never signed your social media policy, so go fish. And the second thing is, I can't believe a deputy manager editor at the New York Times is spending his time on a Sunday lecturing me about fucking United Airlines. Stop writing me or I'm going to block you. And so, as you can see, things went well for me there. But one of the issues is, like, that's what people spend their time policing. And so it's almost impossible these days to want both things, which is hence why I don't work for anybody.
It is one of the things I most enjoy about working for myself is I get to decide. One hack, if you just want something very practical, is to develop a thing that has nothing to do with news or politics or can't be seen as partisan, that's revealing of yourself, that can be the thing that people connect with. So some people are like cooks, ultramarathoners, or cooks, or their dog, or a thing that's true to you, so you're not making it up, or your favorite sports team. And you can post about that, and then when you do the news, you can be pretty, you don't get yourself into trouble.
On the things you cover, right, right. Or one of the things I subscribe to is Christiane Amanpour's bromide, which is truthful, not neutral. Don't be, I think she's truthful, and she's not, she comes to a conclusion after doing reporting. And I think that's the way how I've been running my news organization since I started this stuff away from newspapers. There's no such thing as neutral. There isn't. And there is a thing, that there is a fact once you once you do the reporting. And so I would advise do the reporting, and if you're right on the reporting, you can tell everybody to go fish. That's my feeling. Okay, any other questions? Any other questions from anybody? Okay, I'm going to finish up. Jessica, are you positive or negative right now about our news? I have been doing a series of shows showing people like you, showing Oliver Darcy, or Dave Takes Pictures, or Katie Drummond from Wired. That's a legacy news organization. Yeah. She's reinvigorated with all kinds of innovations. I really get tired of this idea of media is dead.
It's not dead.
So,
I do think.
I want you to end on that. Talk about what you think the greatest benefit from all these independent creators are now, and also what you're most worried about.
I think there's never been more opportunity to hear from different voices, different perspectives. People who want to do journalism or reach an audience have the means to do it now. And you get different kinds of information out that way. And I really do think we're at the adolescence of a media revolution. At this exact moment, the snapshot gives a lot of anxiety to people in our business because it's changing. And so we have to adapt to new things. And that's scary. But the opportunity's there. And I think what scares me most is also the opportunity, which is that the responsible voices get drowned out by algorithms that are in search of, drama and profit, and that money is all that matters. But what we need to do is find the people who have the values we have and care, and find ways to team up and find those billionaires who want to start a new platform or back that kind of new ecosystem, because the voices are there, the audience is there. And so we now just need the infrastructure and the form.
And you're most worried? What's the thing you're most worried about?
I'm most worried that the algorithms and these, titans of tech will drown out the voices that are responsible.
I would agree. And then the legal issues, of course, are another thing.
Yeah.
What do you say? I would just end on, just think about the system that is, in fact, dying. It wasn't necessarily perfect either, by the way. I often, someone's like, oh, it's so sad, all these networks are dying, this is dying. I'm like, and let me caveat by saying, I have 4 children, 3 of them are young white men, okay? Like, I love a young white man. I think they're great. But not, that sounded weird. Okay. But let me just say, it used to be run by a small group of non-diverse people on the Upper East Side of New York.
Totally.
And so I'm not so sure what's coming is, some of it's scary, some of it's disturbing. What could come could be really interesting. And if there's more voices, there's always diversity, and diversity breeds all kinds of interesting things. And so what it's replacing wasn't by any means perfect, and in fact wasn't as good as we remember it. And so the issue is not to lie down and act like you're dead when you don't have to be. And that's really the most important thing. You can create, I always say to people, if you don't like being made to lie down, get the fuck up. Like, that's, you know what I mean? Like, that's the kind of thing.
Do you talk to your kids this way?
No, my kids are so nice. It's really weird. I don't know how that happened. But they're actually very discerning readers, I have to say. My older kids are very discerning. I think I do, that's the last thing I don't know, and I have a lot of faith in young people. I do think the crazy people are 30 to 45. But the young people really, a lot of them really are much more discerning than you think. And they do understand. They grew up. If you recall, when we were growing up, I think we're similar ages, TV was stupid. It was it was the boob tube, the idiot box. And now it's so smart. It's so good. And I think that young people do have a discernment because they've grown up in this environment that is a lot stronger than you think. And maybe they're the ones that really will make things better going forward. And the rest of us just need to die. Ultimately, but I do have great hopes for a lot of stuff in the end. So anyway, Jessica, thank you so much, and thank you for the university.
Thank you. That was so nice. What did he write?
Oh, that was absolutely fantastic. Thanks to both of you. I think I did my best to not be abnormal. I've been pretty normal. Okay, yeah, no, I won't. Okay, so as we wrap up today, I just wanted to talk. Actually, I wanted to take some liberties. I wanted to be bold. So as everything's been going on the past week with Jimmy Kimmel, I often turn to the words of Anthony Shadid, which were always beautiful. But one quote of his that always sticks out to me is that history is often about footnotes, and that journalism is writing about something small to mean something big. And so when we get into these ethics controversies like Jimmy Kimmel, I try to think about what is the larger context, because one of the most apt criticisms of journalism is that we're episodic, that we tell people about individual events that happen, and we do not tell them about the trends and the themes that matter and that actually affect their lives overall. And so I happened to do an interview on with one of the Milwaukee radio stations, and an old family friend heard it and is on the conservative side of the spectrum, and texted and said, you know, I really thought I could always call on you or count on you to call balls and strikes. And I said, yeah, you can. I'm pretty neutral. You can count on me to call balls and strikes. But what Brendan Carr said is like the pitcher Nuke LaLoosh and Bull Durham throwing at the mascot. Like, this is completely, I don't care who is doing it. If it had been Biden's FCC chair, I would have said the exact same thing. And so I think we often talk about journalism ethics, ethics being about journalism that is, after all, the name of our center, the Center for Journalism Ethics. But one of the most important roles of this center, I think, is to say that, oh, hi, Daniel. I know, it is a scary time for truth. One of the most important roles of this center is to say these ethics aren't just for journalists anymore. And so, you know, we use quotes like a free press is vital to democracy. Well, I would be bold, cheeky, and say a free and responsible press was vital to democracy. Now I would say a free and responsible information environment is vital to democracy. So why don't we take with the lessons we have learned, that we have hammered out in journalism and that we continue to learn anew through trial and error, and demand that of our public communicators, demand that of our political leaders, demand that of our billionaires, demand that of the algorithms that are built. Why would we ever stop talking about ethics in journalism when journalism is just one piece of the information environment that we all have to rely on to make critical decisions in our lives? Some of them about who we vote for, but also how we feed ourselves, where we're going to work, what pain reliever we're going to take when we're pregnant, all of those things. So, you know, the work of ethics in journalism is critical, but it's time to argue for those ideals to move beyond this profession and practice and demand better of the people who are not serving us as they should be. So, with thanks to all of you and to our esteemed guests, it's the end of our day. That was